Howdy howdy, good morning. Or needs to fix their freaking streamer thing already. It's bothering the hell out of me, dude. Where is it? Enable, there we go. Anyway, howdy howdy, good morning. Time to continue where we left off. Freaking Ava Beatrice being the worst thing so far. I cannot believe it. Yeah, let's oh, game, you gonna pop up? There you go. Oh man, alright. Let me woke up. Let me stretch. My coffee here got actual creamer this time. Much nicer. I forgot to whatever. I'm too lazy to go and put some sugar in it. We drink it as is. Just creamer, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, last we left off. It's like couldn't believe how it's basically straight up evil. Eva, like Beatrice, instantly became. Oh, it started us right here. You get to see what time it'll be again. I think it was like 1 p.m. Why is my friend spamming all the freaking Eva Beatrice gifts at me, dude? If you're gonna spam in my chat. But words, not images. Alright, last time, Eva's getting all upset that, like, Battler hates her now, although he always hated her. Just hated her. Even more. Like, completely, for how much he enjoyed looking at freaking Eva Beatrice just completely torture Rosa. Rosa's bad, but did she deserve to die in all those ways, like 50 times? Maria included a bit in there at the end, apparently, too. Holy. Can't spam me. Heck. Beatrice gifts in the chat. I wonder if I can set that up. Like using some points or something to like have an image appear. I know there's like media share stuff people do sometimes. I wonder how that works. Still look into things like that. Could be fun. But anyway, last we left off, they're doing that. Eva enjoyed it. She wanted Battler to enjoy it. Battler, of course, did not enjoy it and not want to look at Beatrice anymore. Then afterwards, Rudolph ended up finding Rosa and Maria's bodies. Rosa got impaled on the fence, a gnarly freaking design there. And then Maria was apparently strangled. Her blood became the red ink for the witch's oath. And right, and because of the way they were killed, that seemed pretty normal. Pretty much no one is even really thinking of the witch anymore. Makes it a problem for Eva Beatrice to continue the ceremony. Even though she apparently has a plan, which seems like it's gonna be used on Kyrie. Am I missing anything important? Right. Wow. Beatrice was away because Battler didn't want to see her. Renov took her place. So we know that Rosa and Maria are both for sure homicides. And then from that, Battler changed his strategy to that it must be Ava with maybe Hideyoshi as an accomplice to that killed them. Which is pretty insane that how much he's gotten over not wanting to suspect one of his family members, one of the 18 people here. He probably doesn't like having to do stuff like that. Like marking Eva and Hideyoshi as like murderers, possible murderers anyway. But the fact that he's able to do it now, pretty cool. I don't think there was anything else major that we ended up missing here. We didn't stream for that long yesterday, so we didn't get through that much. Mostly just a insane way that Beatrice was using her magic. The Eva Beatrice. Man, that's why do they have to pass down the name too, dude? Get that out of here. It sounds. Okay. One more stretch and one more sip of the coffee. And we'll continue. Don't know how long I'm gonna go for. Probably the usual, like, try to 4 hours. See where we're at by the second scene break. Apparently this next one's long. She doesn't want the others to hear. She told Rudolph that she wants to go outside. But why? Maybe to inspect the fence a bit or something? The scene? Oh, first break. Alright, BRB. BRB. Yeah, one. Alright, so I did remember that correctly. My body cannot last what nothing more than a small breakfast. That's usually my body though. I'm usually lasting with nothing but like a small breakfast, and if not breakfast, like a small dinner. Sometimes I don't eat lunch, which is probably bad. It's usually all my meals consist of the day consist of like the coffee I have in the morning and then whatever I end up eating for dinner. This rich folks haven't felt hunger for a single minute of their lives. True. Always having such grand feasts. I bet they never had to eat a tortilla with like peanut butter on it for a snack. There was literally nothing else.
もちろん分かってるさ。だがな、時間を置けばどんどん暗くなってくる。多分今が一番明るい。今が一番都合がいいんだ。
ローザさんたちが襲われてからまだ1時間も経ったかどうかですよ。いくらなんでも不用心です。
It was only natural that the two is yelling about recklessness. After all, Rudolph had said he was going to the mansion to get food. But is that all? Kyrie probably wants to look at something at the mansion and they're making an excuse, right? What does she want to look at? The study? Certainly, on top of their fatigue, their hunger was tormenting them. That's fine. If you wait long enough, the hunger subsides for a bit. It's fine. In the beginning, a mild level of hunger had been just what they needed to fight off drowsiness. However, just now made their minds hazy since it was only midday and their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. You can survive a day without food, a couple days even. They're so dramatic, these guys. The thought of going to the kitchen to match it and bring back some food certainly was attractive.
私は反対です。多少は辛いでしょうが、断じてここを出るべきではありません。
私たちはいい。だが子供たちにひもじい思いをさせるのは心が痛む。親として責任を負わねばなるまい。
Well, actually cares.
あなた、お父様が亡くなられた今、後宮家の当主はあなたです。そのような危険を冒すことは許されません。そうね。夏日さんの言う通りよ。クラウスさんはリーダーとしてここに残るべきね。
なら、誰が屋敷へ行くんだね。
Obviously, Rudolph and Kyrie, come on.
俺とキリエ、あと秀吉兄さんの3人で。
Oh, Hideyoshi. Why Hideyoshi? Do you think Kyrie suspects him?
俺と秀吉兄さんは銃を持ってる。そう簡単に向こうも手出しはできないはずだ。
That could also be why, just extra protection.
ローザさんも銃を持っていましたが襲われました。危険ではありませんか？
Not gonna say anything, sexist now, are you?
ローザたちの様子を確かめに出たとき、銃を持っていたが、俺は一人だった。だが襲われなかった。
Oh,
男が相
okay.
手なら、向こうも慎重なのかもしれない。
Oh, okay, there it is. Oh, almost.
男性が2人、そしてさらに銃も2丁。
Two men, two
2
guns.
人には護衛役に徹してもらって、荷物は台車で私が運ぶわ。ローザさんの時とは状況が明らかに異なるはずよ。
わしを男と見込んでの話なら喜んで協力させてもらうで。こう見えても屋台を引いて鍛えた体や。
Pushing food stands around.
力仕事は任せてえな。
Hideyoshi's like actually straight up buff under all of his clothes.
男性は護衛役に徹してくれていいの。使用人室に折りたたみ式の台車があったから、それを使えば私一人でも十分に食料が運べるわ。もちろん用心はする。そしてこの冒険を一度だけ成功させれば、もう二度と私たちはここを出る危険を冒す必要はないの。なんとか考え直せませんか？皆さんに空腹を強いるのは心苦しいですが、しかし今の外は何が起こるか分かりません。
用心するで。それにエヴァはだいぶ体調が悪いんや。空腹にはできん。胃袋が空っぽじゃ飲める薬も飲めんわ。エヴァのためにもわしは出かけにはならんのや。
エヴァの具合はどうなんだね。
She is probably literally dying.
ようやく寝入ってくれたとこや。熱も高い。しばらくそっとしたってや。
妻の体調があっては座してもいられんか。わかった。外出を許可しよう。じゃあ俺たちはさっくりと行ってくるぜ。スピード勝負だ。缶詰は OK だよな。缶切りくれこっちにあるよな。
はい、缶切りと栓抜きはあります。
Howdy darn.
ゲストハウスに水道があるから飲み物は不要よね。
Omimono. Something about drinks. There's running water in the guest house, so I won't need anything to drink. Why is that the one word that I recognized? I was looking at something else when she said that.
10人分もあるんだから好き嫌いは言わせないわ。
よっしゃ、出 だだって走ってってさっさと持ってこようやないか。傘なんてさせてる暇あらへんで。
じゃあ兄貴、留守番を頼むぜ。
And then they like dash over to the mansion, but they're going so fast they slip in a puddle, and then while they slip, they accidentally fire the gun, and one of them dies. Oops.
気をつけてな。本当ならば自分も生きとい。男に生まれながらこのような急場で力を貸せぬ長男の肩書きが恨めしい。こういう時くらいしか俺らにたまには譲って兄貴はのんびりしてろい。じゃあな、夏日さん。
They seem like pretty okay, like siblings. Like their relationship seems pretty okay when they talk to each other like this.
タオルの準備でもして待っててくれ。傘はささねえから濡れネズミで帰ってくるぜ。
わかりました。お気をつけて。
Rudolph, Kirie, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. Compared to the time Rosa and Maria had gone outside, the winds were much stronger. Rudolph's groups of 3 jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns and a folded cart. If everything had been still and quiet without the wind and rain, they would probably have kept their ears open and moved with caution. But this rain, even if some suspicious person was hiding nearby, it would be difficult to notice them. Because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. There was a chance that their opponent was equipped with a gun, then walking slowly with their guard up would only make them targets. Taking swift action was probably the correct choice. Probably.
バラテーや。カモがネギしょってきたと思うとるかもしれんで。
頼むぜ。誰も出てきてくれるなよ。
Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued to run, they looked around restlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Rosa Maria's death had not been caused by a projectile weapon. However, it was easy to suspect the servants had been killed in such a manner. Oh, right. How many... Oops. How many are there here? 7? 7 stakes of purgatory. Does that mean... If... Well, except for... Kinzo. Yeah. 5 servants were stabbed with the stakes. There should be 2 left. Kinzo wasn't, but he was also burned, so... There were no stakes left in Maria or Rosa. Not been caused by a projectile weapon. However, it's easy to suspect that the servants have been killed in such a manner. Will they come flying out of the dark? Or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tension for even an instant. But even so, when they reached the overhang in the front of the entrance to the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief.
まずは問題なしやな。ローザさんの時とは違う。うかつに手は出せんやろ。
No problems for the first step, unlike how it was for Rosa.
そう信じたいね。キリエ、俺たちが見張ってる間に鍵を開けてくれ。
ええ。
They're gonna let her-
SK が2人もついたお屋敷に帰宅だなんて、実にエグゼクティブな気分よ。
You're gonna let her go in alone? How do you know they're not in the mansion? The first step going through the garden. Yeah, but she wasn't going through the garden, she was going to the garden to look at a rose that Maria really wanted to look at. Thinking back on that again, Maria became very weird the instant Rosa said, if taking a look at the rose would be enough. I wonder if she was just doing that because she knew if she said that's all she wanted to do, her mother would finally agree. Getting home to the mansion with a pair of SPs makes you feel like an executive.
赤絨毯で召使いのお出迎えがあれば完璧や。
お出迎えか。あるかもな。用心しようぜ。
As the two cautiously surveyed their surroundings, Kyria unlocked the entrance with the master key she had been given.
開いたわ。
秀吉兄さん、戦闘を頼めるか。俺は背後を警戒するぜ。
了解や。キリさん、わしの影から出ないようにな。ほな、突入するで。
Break in.
後方了解。援護するぜ。
He's kind of enjoying this,
男
isn't
の
he?
人ってやね。この状況をちょっぴり楽しんでるでしょ。
She noticed too.
諦めろよ。それが男ってもんだぜ。しかし、相変わらずひでえ匂いだな。
Felt like the air in the mansion was stagnant with a gloomy silence. The smell of Kinzo's like burning body still in the mansion. Wasn't able to air it out or anything. And on top of that, it was still thick with the stench from okay, yeah. I got it. It was still thick with the stench from Kinzo's burnt corpse in the boiler room, and they were stuck with an uncontrollable desire to leave that mansion.
前方、問題ないで。厨房まで一っ走りや。
とっとと済ませて引き上げよう。スーツが親父の匂いで訓示されちまうぜ。
The three of them dashed towards the kitchen. Oh. After they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch appeared there. Alright, so her plan was to have them do this to separate them. The hunger.
まんまと誘い出されたわね。
Alert out.
私の罠にまんまと引っかかってくれた。
The witch grinned. Thinking about it now, no matter how unbearable the hunger had grown, it hadn't been a few hours since Rosa and Maria had been attacked and lost their lives. In that case, why had they needed to recklessly leave the guest house? Until that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they had been called out by the witch's magic.
不用心なやつら。もう生きてこの屋敷から出しはしないわ。閉じよ鍵よ屋敷よ。
The instant she proclaimed that, the mansion was sealed off into a separate world. Unless our barrier was undone, no longer would anyone be able to exit this mansion or enter it. Becoming very accustomed to her magic, I see.
お見事です。無限の魔女を継承してからまだ半日も経たないのに、それほどまでその才能に驚きます。まるであなたは生まれながらにしての魔女のようだ。
Born evil.
だって私生まれた時から魔女だもの。あなたは瞬きの仕方を誰かに習うの？私が魔法を使えるのはそういうことよ。
It's okay, dude.
恐ろしいお方
the witch's face twisted with brutality. You just couldn't help looking forward to toying with someone's life again.
さてさて
Jesus. Like 3 different laps in one
ま
there.
ずはルドルフとキリエなわけだけど、どんな残酷な殺し方をしてやろうかしら。
失礼ながら先代様より不必要な残酷なる殺害は控えるようご指示を賜っております。そして第4の晩以降は生贄の捧げ方に作法がございます。それには煉獄の七姉妹の力を借りねばなりません。
あら、そうだったの？そういえばそうだったわね。好き勝手に遊べるのはさっきの第2の晩までなのね。つまんないわ。またローザの時みたいに思い切り遊べると思ったのに。でもそれは最後の殺し方という意味でしょ？
He's finding loopholes.
と申しますと
A voice line? Maybe I went like forward too fast. I could just kill them however I want, over and over again, revive them.
最後に非分の殺し方に沿えばいいわけでしょ？つまり私がどう遊ぼうと結局は問題ないってことになるわ。こんなに面白い力、誰がおとなしくなんかするもんか。
I hate her. Her absurd argument was, for an honest witch, an extremely valid one. The etiquette that controlled the manner of killing the sacrifices of the fourth twilight and onward was represented by lines like gouge the head. However, that referred to the way those people died in the end. In other words, Mari, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. You just had to keep on reviving them and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Though Renault felt that her innocent cruelty was part of her talent as a witch, he was beginning to notice an innately brutal side of her.
魔女は見習いが最も残忍と申しますが本当のようですね。ご随意にと申し上げたいところですが、ここはやはり自重なさった方が賢明でしょう。彼らは銃を持っています。銃のような反魔法力の高い武器は魔女や悪魔の天敵です。
They have high anti-magic power. Then why didn't it work on Beatrice at the very end of the first episode? The witch stared blankly at the demon butler, who was surprisingly afraid of guns.
話が違うわ。魔女は弾丸なんか追いかけられてもへっちゃらじゃないのかしら。
You think so? Alright, do it. Take a shot.
いいえ、普通の人間と全く同じように致命傷となります。その弱点を蹴取らせないために多くの魔女は厳重に防御結界や家具の守備によって身辺を固めるのです。
Witches are weak to guns.
私にその防御結界というのはあるの？
銃弾をも無効にする結界の構築には十分な準備と儀式が必要です。残念ながら今のベアトリーチェ様にはございません。また銃弾を防げるほどの家具の召喚も現在はその準備。
これほどの魔力を持つ大魔女になりながら、それでもやはり鉛玉に怯えなければならないのね。不愉快だけど仕方がないわ。
I think Renault's lying to her right now to keep her from going insane. Like, insane on like, killing everyone. Like, in brutal ways.
となれば、家具を呼び出して
Insaner.
私を天使とすればいいわけね。
はい、危険に身をさらさず家具に全てを任すのもまた魔女の優雅なるたしなみでございます。ここは家具に任せ、ベアトリーチェ様は安全なところへお隠れを。
わかったわ。 国の七姉妹？誰でもいいわ。適当に二人。
Leviathan and Belphegor responded to the call.
嫉妬のレビアタン、ここに。
平のベルフェゴール、ここに。
あんたたちの力を見せてもらうわ。標的はルドルフとキリエ。秀吉はダメよ。
Don't attack Hideyoshi. Does she want to frame him as a suspect even more?
さあ、あなたたちがどれだけ残酷な家具なのか、私に見せてみて。
恐れながら先代様より不要なる残酷行為は控えるようご命令を賜っております。
でも先代様のご命令の範囲内でいたぶることはできると思います。それでもよろしいですか？わかった。それで妥協するわ。簡単に殺してはダメよ。徹底的に追い詰めて死の恐怖を味わわせてから殺すのよ。それでいいのかしら、ロノウェ？
はい。程度をお考えいただければ問題ないかと思います。
ならお行きなさい。はい、お任せを。
相手は銃で武装しています。あなたたちほどのものならばかわすことはたやすいでしょうが、もしも当たれば致命傷ですよ。くれぐれも用心を。
ご心配なく。
Don't get shot, idiots.
そのような無様は晒しません。
The two sisters of Purgatory vanished. Or no, bowed and vanished himself.
殺し方にまでルールがね。なんで私が先代様に気兼ねしなくちゃならないの？窮屈でつまらない。
As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice hung on the wall, she cursed. How dare she? Finish the ceremony first, idiot. Then maybe you can stay as a witch and do what you want. Still incomplete, stupid. I hope the ceremony doesn't actually get completed fully because of how much she just wants to play around. And she messes it all up herself. It would be so funny if she's unable to become an actual witch in the end because of how much she's just intoxicated with the hour here, dude. 3 people had already arrived at the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Considering the possibility of poison, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables and gathered a whole cardboard full of only the safe canned food. It was very heavy, but by piling on the cart, they could carry it well enough. This should be more than enough for 10 people to hold out until tomorrow's breakfast. That should carry them until the boat arrives. The 2 men were supposed to be focused solely on guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kyrie, even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who wanted to show off his power, switched to be the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty. Yo, give Kyrie a gun?
これだけあればジョージたちも満腹やろ。帰るまでが遠足や。行くで。
When Hideyoshi vigorously announced their departure, Kyrie frowned and seemed to be gazing into the distance. There was a wall in that direction. No, if her gaze could go through that, there was a main hall beyond it.
どうした、キリエ？
チリチリするの。嫌な予感がするわ。
Senses it. Kyrie stopped walking and narrowed her eyes even further.
女の勘か？
At times like this, Kyrie's intuition often rang true, even when she didn't have a logical reason. Rudolph believed in that intuition.
ええ。多分私たちは待ち伏せされてる。さっきまではその気配はなかったの。でもたった今感じたわ。 たった今待ち伏せられた。
Now someone set up an ambush for us. Man, Kyrie would be cool. She was the main character. It'd be over instantly. She would have solved all the riddles at the end of the first episode.
なら来た道を戻る義理はねえな。そこに勝手口があるじゃねえか。そっちから出よう。
Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When the goods were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion that the family came and went from. So outside the back door, there was probably a ramp used to carry things in. Surely they would be able to leave through there with the cart.
なんだこりゃ。勝手。くそ。どうなってんだ。
開かないの？
ああ、壊れてんのかな。びくともしねえぜ。
Damn. Probably beating it up. Rudolph tried various things for using force, then coaxing it. But the lock was as hard as stone and didn't even budge.
無理せんと玄関から出ようや。もたもた時間を潰す方が今は惜しいで。
これが罠だってのか。
わからない。用心して。
With strained expressions, the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance.
誰だ。
The instant they exited into the hall, Rudolph noticed a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a swarm of gold leaves started blowing, and gold butterflies covered the area with a gold color. Alright, so this is the magic, but what actually happened?
信じられん。人間ごときが我らの待ち伏せを予見したか。
私のせいじゃないわよ。気配は消してたの。躊躇しないで。撃って。
The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted right through the magical defense of the pair, as easily as though it were a wet paper wall. But the two figures that should have been there had disappeared. Certainly guns were frightening objects for them, but there was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. They at least had enough speed to dodge those.
ちょっと名乗りも上げさせないつもり？これだから人間は嫌なのよ。
You're trying to kill them. Leviathan was a full 10 meters from where she had supposedly been, popping her head out from behind the pillars in the shadow of the staircase and protesting.
ベアトリーチェ様の命令により
Whoa!
貴様らを撃つ。
A very fancy chandelier.
時間をかけてホフレトのご命令だ。抵抗は自由。されど無駄と知れ。
Buddha. A voice came. That voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the hall's chandelier. Elegantly looking down upon them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile.
なんなんやこの姉ちゃんたちは。
台車は忘れて。相手は2人よ。3回すれば全員を追うことはできないわ。
All three of them were well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. And in case of a crisis, they had planned to run off in separate directions, returning to the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through the back door. Fighting was forbidden, as long as they could fully escape.
36系逃げるが勝ちだぜ。
The three of them ran into the depths of the mansion at full tilt. That pair of furniture calmly watched them go.
私は女の方をやるわ。あんたは男。
了解した。
The furniture in the shadows of the pillars and the chandelier made their figures explode, and leaving behind only the sound of a hopping beetle knocking against the wall, they pursued their respective targets. Their speed was overwhelming, and they easily blocked the others' path to retreat.
家具のお手並み拝見させてもらうわ。楽しませてくれるといいのだけど。
ベアトリーチェ様、みだりに姿を現されない方がよろしいかと。
キングは緑に中央を動かないものよ。それが王者の魔女の貫禄よ。
Belphegor was already blocking the way in front of Rudolph, who had boldly tried to escape to the second floor.
抵抗もそして闘争も無駄だ。お前は何も考えなくていい。ただ目を閉じているだけでいい。私がすべて優しく終わらせてやる。
あんたいい嫁さんになれるね。
Make a good wife.
疲れて帰ってくる旦那はそういうの喜ぶぜ。
この後に及んで不埒な話をする余裕があると。良き獲物、ベアトリーチ様、感謝します。死ね。
Oh! Rudolph shot first. That's a cool shot. But even before that bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. Nothing personnel, kid. She then raised a purple curve, springing out from her arm. However, incredibly, before that arm could decapitate Rudolph, he had swung his gun behind him. The barrel remained pointed behind his back from the same motion with which he had reloaded the shot-off gun one-handedly. Dude, Rudolph is sick! It was pointing right at Belphegor's chest. Click, a chunk. It was the sound of the ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. Or the floor after the reload. In other words, it meant that the next shot was already fully loaded. Without turning around, his gun pointing right at Belphegor's chest, Rudolph grinned.
やるな。
You understood the assignment. Don't think, just fight.
中年男の分際で。
西部劇世代をなめるんじゃねえぜ。ガキどもにエヴァアクションの渋みは語らせねえ。
Oh, damn. Just like Rudolph, Curie was also confronting a demon stake at the first floor corridor. But she doesn't have a gun, huh?
夫と一緒に逃げればよかったのに。さっきのは根性の別れになったわよ。大丈夫よ。うちの人、こういうのとても得意なの。
Yeah, no kidding. He was badass earlier.
すぐに白馬で迎えに来てくれるわ。私が困った時、彼が助けに来てくれなかったことはないんだから。アスムさんがいた頃であってもね。
Asumu?
本当に仲のいい夫婦ね。嫉妬するわ。私は嫉妬のレビアタン。嫉妬こそ我が力、我が怒り、我が源泉。同感ね。嫉妬は女の力の原点よ。それが力だと言うなら、あなたごときお嬢ちゃんになんか負けないんだから。嫉妬を司る私によくも言えたわね。お前たち夫婦を再会などさせるものか。悲劇的な別れを与えてやるわ。
The arm Leviathan swung was trailed by a purple curve. It was a magic blade that cut with the power of malice. Fury blocked it with her gun. Even though the magic blade should have cut through the metal like butter, the gun, with its extremely high magical resistance power, was able to block the blade as easily as if it were rolled up newspaper. She has no idea. Rapidly, 2 times, 3 times, it blocked all of them. And without missing the opening created when the purple curve took a swing upward, Fury kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. Oh, damn! Leviathan was knocked away like a lightly dancing feather. Before the demon stake's feet touched the ground again, Fury was already pointing her gun directly at Leviathan in midair. From that position, the two women who had called envy a form of power. The two women who have called envy a form of power met each other's gaze.
撃てる？その引きだね。
Yes, blam!
私、夫のいないところでは残酷よ。
Oh, damn. Dude, both of them are sick. Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He had been gradually cornered by Belphegor and had been pushed back into the main hall they started from.
先代様の家具もなかなかやるわね。派手さに欠けるけど。ベアトリーチェ様、まだ終わっていません。姿を現されては危険です。
おい、まさか姉貴なのか。
それはかつて私の名だった。でも今は違うわよ、ルドルフ。
言わなくても分かってるさ。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェだっていうんだ。
どうしてわかったの？
ローザが殺された時から想像はついてたさ。ローザ、許しな。お前の地獄にお前の大嫌いな姉を送っちまうことをよ。
ベアトリッチ様、危ない！
Rudolph mercilessly pointed the barrel of his gun at the witch who claimed to have been once his sister, but Belphegor would not permit that and attacked savagely. He dashed, disappeared, and headed for Rudolph's back. The back again? He dodged that shot again and headed... Got that shot again and again headed for Rudolph's back. And vanished over and over, instantly moving to Rudolph's blind spots. It was almost like she was a fairy. As she blinked in and out of vision, Belphegor insistently drove towards Rudolph.
これはこれで楽しいかもしれない。ルドルフ、あんたの検討がどこまで続くか、ゆっくり見物させてもらうわ。
At that time, there was a dull tearing sound along with Rudolph's cry of anguish. Rudolph's reaction to the dance of the purple curve that pressed upon him had finally been too slow, and he let it lightly cut his flank. That single wound slowed him down just once. That led to a new wound, which slowed his actions again. Of course, Dance began to swallow Rudolph whole. Watching Rudolph's body gradually get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. Using the soundboard. Leviathan could no longer hide her irritation that Kyrie hadn't suffered a single fatal wound.
私は本当にくどいのよ。7姉妹の中でいつも一番成長が遅かったわ。いつも私が遅くて弱くて間抜けだったわ。その劣等感が嫉妬となり、それを力として変換した時、私は姉妹の誰にも負けない力を得たのよ。少女時代の程よい劣等感は大事よ。女に化粧と努力を教えてくれるわ。人間ごときにその力の限りを尽くすのは気に入らないけれど、夫に全幅の信頼を寄せるあなたへの嫉妬を私は力に変える。気に入らないのよ。なんで命のやり取りをしてるのにあんたはそんなに余裕などうしてかしらね。分かってるのよ。必ず夫が助けに来てくれて自分を助けてくれるって信じきってる。すごいじゃないその信頼。
It is some incredible trust.
人に値する。
What kind of trust did we sisters have for each other? The sisters are always looking down on each other, trying to thoroughly lambast each other when things look really bad.
いつも姉妹たちにいじめられてきたわ。誰か一人だけでも味方になってほしいとずっと思ってたわ。だからその一人だけの味方がいて全幅の信頼を寄せることができるあなたに、私はその夫を信じきった余裕ある表情、嫉妬 な力を与えてくれるのを感じるわ。これは超えちゃうかもね。音速。
Leviathan turned herself into a stake, and the speed of her flight was, as she attacked, was proportional to the strength of her envy.
姉妹たちに見下されたあの日、私は成長の早い他の6人を心の底から嫉妬した。7日7番をかけて嫉妬したわ。
7 days and 7 nights.
その末に得た私の力と速度を見るがいい。死ねー、後ろ宮キリエ。
Oh! Demon Stake exposed her true form, leaping about at terrible speed. The noise from her bouncing off the wall sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kiri probably couldn't tell if it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying and bouncing around. Leviathan was over 100% certain of her victory, believing in it from the bottom of her heart. Then, Kiri spoke with an unbelievably calm voice.
ルドルフさんと最初から付き合っていたのは私だったのよ。アスムさんが白々しく間に入り込んできて、ちゃっかりと解任したのよ。
ん？
ルドルフさんは悪くないわ。
Oh, that... Sumu, that's freaking... Alright, right. That's the name of a Battler's mother, isn't it? Alright, took me a moment.
あの女が体を武器にして立ち回ってルドルフさんに婚約せざるを得ないよう追い詰めたのよ。アスムさんはバトラ君を身ごもってたわ。そして同じ頃、私もまた男の子を身ごもってた。運命的なことに私たちの出産日は共に同じ日だったわ。
Oh.
そしてアスムさんはバトラ君を出産したわ。だけれど私はダメだった。思ったことがあるわ。もしダメだったのがアスムさんで出産したのが私だったなら、ルドルフさんは婚約を解消して私と結婚してくれたかしら。でも私は子供を産めなかった。だからアスムさんが死ぬまで、そしてエンジェを解任するまで、私はアスムさんを呪ったわ。嫉妬したわ。アスムさんなんか死んでしまう。そして私と再婚してほしいってずっとずっと嫉妬して呪って、そしてやっとアスムさんが死んだ。
Jeez.
私は確信したわ。私には魔法の力があって、それが呪いとなってアスムさんを殺したんだって確信したわ。
What is Battler gonna say after listening to this? Holy.
でも私の嫉妬の炎は収まらない。内緒よ。バトラ君を見るたびにね、あの女を思い出しちゃうの。そしてバトラ君を見るたびにね、もし私の子が生まれていたら同じ年だっただろうなって思ってしまう。私は今でも彼女を嫉妬し苛まれてる。
Oh no.
今もこれからも未来永劫にね。7日7番姉妹を嫉妬したですって。そうよ。焦るなよ小娘が。
Holy.
てめえに男を取られて18年間嫉妬し続ける女の狂気がわかるかよ。
Been jealous for 18 years. You're much too young. Holy shit. That's it. Oh, thanks. We're getting some math. Curious stock's going up. She's amazing. If Leviathan had the power of 24 hours times 7 days, or 106 hours of speed, then the power that Curie had piled up was 24 hours in 1 day. 365 days in 1 year. And 18 whole years. Even without counting leap years. That was 157,680 hours compared to Leviathan's power and speed. It was more than 938 times greater. So then, even if this... What? Alright, dude. Do we really have to go into all this after that cool, like, a moment? So then, even if Leviathan could soar at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers an hour, to Curie's eyes, it only looked like 1/938th of that. Which means 1,225 divided by 938 is a speed of 1.3 kilometers an hour. They say a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers an hour, so it's even less than half of that. This is almost the same speed as a baby crawling on the floor. Which means... In the time it took the demon snake to move at a pace so slow that you could count all the bits of dust floating through the air, Kyria looked at it with pity. She pitied the slowness at which it came towards her. Oh, sick sprite. Then she lazily raised the barrel of her gun, almost as though she was trying to swallow Demon Snake up with her gun barrel.
恋も嫉妬もあなた全然足りないわ。出直してらっしゃい、お嬢ちゃん。
How could Leviathan have known?
ルドルフ、先ほどまでの威勢はどこへ？池作りは魚が跳ねてるうちがいいわ。死んだら面白みも何もない。もう十分よ。殺しちゃえば。
ちくしょう。
そこまで刻まれてよくぞここまで耐えた。もう十分だ。あとは何も考えなくてよい。痛みなく生を奪い去ってやる。
待ってくれ。頼みがある。
Oh?
最後にあれがやってみて。
あれとは何か。
西部劇名物のあれだよ。
What, where you shoot the chandelier and it falls down?
背中を向け合ってから
Oh.
散歩歩いて
Damn. I couldn't have been more off if I tried. Hell yeah. A duel.
よかろう。それにて根性の未練が尽きるならば受けてよ。
Rudolph moved his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and turned her back to his. Belphegor had an honest nature that was uncommon in a witch's furniture.
言っておく。たとえ私の眉間に銃口を突きつけたとしても、私はお前が引き金を引き、私の頭蓋骨に弾丸が至るよりも早く瞬間移動することができる。
ああ、そいつはもう骨身に染みてるぜ。お前は銃弾より早い。
それを知りつつ決闘を挑むお前の度胸に敬意を表し感謝せよ。
お前は律儀なやつだな。いい女だ。惚れそうだぞ。
始めるぞ。散歩で良いのだな。まずは一歩。
Then he turns around and blasts her.
そして2歩。
Oh. Both honest, I see.
これでいいのか。
そして3歩も歩いてまだ気づかねえな。俺の勝ちだね、お嬢ちゃん。
何？
Rudolph turned around and fired a bullet. However, Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory of a bullet like that. It should have been no problem to dodge it. But but a spray of fresh blood flew about. Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defensive barrier. But before an incarnation of anti-magic power such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless.
何やってんのよ。何当たっちゃってんの。
The bullet had hit Belphegor right in the chest. The pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as it did the pain from the denial of magic.
許す。俺は卑怯の男。
興ざめだわ。魔女の家具ともあろうものが人間に敗れるなんて。恥を知りなさいよ。情けない、みっともない。勝手に這いつくばって死んじゃえば。
やめな、兄貴。こいつはかわせたんだ。だがかわさなかった。車線上に姉貴がいることに気づいたのさ。
Okay, that's how he set up the trap.
だから律儀なこいつはかわさずに受けて姉貴をかばった。大手飛車取りに最後に気づいたんだ。
見事。
悪く思うな。お前が3歩歩く間にそれに気づけたら俺は観念する。
あの散歩。
Three chances to realize.
私、手心だったか。考えようともしなかった。私は大だった。
お前はいい女だったぜ。先に天国で化粧して待ってろ。きっと口説きに行くからな。
That's okay, dude. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power that kept her in human form, and she grew small, like gold dust, melting into thin air. At that point, Kyrie dashed in. It seemed that she had somehow defeated her pursuer by her own hands. As she pointed the barrel of her gun straight at the witch, she ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph.
大丈夫？
It's love how he assumes that she'll go to heaven, but Rosa goes to hell. I mean, earlier he told her said something about her going to hell along with Rosa, so I mean, I don't know. Maybe he was just being nice.
今誰か口説いてなかった？
No.
ああ、いい女だったぜ。
Yes.
もちろん、お前の次程度にさ。悪いな、兄貴。チェックメイトだぜ。
Damn, they're both badass, dude. I can see why Battler's also pretty damn cool himself. The two of them pinned the witch down. The two of them pinned the witch down the barrels of their guns.
情けない家具たちね。人間相手に遅れを取るなんて情けない、くだらない、つまらない。
ベアトリーチェ様、ここは引くべきです。銃弾を防ぐ結界も家具もここにはありませんよ。
Oh, what is this one? She's fully lost it. The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kyrie, but Renova. Renova as well, because a situation like this, with the two guns pointed at her, was not one that even a witch could just laugh off, but the witch laughed with pleasure.
そりゃあ、先代様の使い古しの家具じゃ無理で当然ね。
You gonna summon her own?
私には私にふさわしい新しい家具じゃないとダメよ。私義理で使ったけど、もともとお古は嫌いなの。
She said that. She looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had already finished turning into a pile of gold dust with disgust.
何の話をしてるかわからねえぜ。 となしく両手を上げやがれってんだ。
Then the witch obediently raised her hands, but instead of raising her hands because a gun was pointed at her, a gun was pointed at her, at her, it looked more like she was a conductor facing an orchestra, waving her conductor's baton.
さあさあおいでなさい。私にふさわしき家具たち。あんな安っぽい家具じゃなくて、もっともっと強力な残酷なうわ妙な真似はやめて。引き金を引くわ。
It just pulled it immediately. In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried with the color of gold. As brilliantly radiant gold butterflies danced, it felt as though they were being sucked into an ocean of gold leaf. Renault was shocked at that upsurge in magical power. After all, it far surpassed that of his former master. As their eyes were dazzled amidst this golden flash, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Curie had fired a round. Then, when the gold flash subsided, at the very least, the witch was standing there, looking cool and composed. The bullet? Curie must have fired it into her, but the witch had not been hit anywhere on her body. There it is. The bullet had been fastened in midair right in front of the witch's chest. In an instant, a barrier that would require a significant amount of preparation, even for the predecessor, had been... Renault's face was twisted in shock. And the surprises did not end there. What is she doing, dude? The cloud of gold butterflies had created two humanoid forms. Oh? It was a furniture summoning. Bunnies! The butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them, furniture in the shape of girls showed themselves. Faced their sister corps. Endragon's memorial troops. Ah.
シエスタ410ここに。シエスタ45ここに。
410 and 45.
私にふさわしい家具なんでしょうね。あんたたちは。
絵本の朗読から同伴デートに隕石撃墜まで。
Shooting down
幅
meteorites.
広くお答えしますよ。にひひ。お答えしないと竜王様に怒られます。何卒ご命令を、大ベアトリーチェ卿。
ルドルフさん、逃げましょう。こいつらはダメだわ。
Fury definitely heard warning sirens going off in her head, thanks to the same feeling that had alerted her to the ambush by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Without hesitation, they escaped. As the witch elegantly watched them leave, she commanded her new furniture.
命令よ。逃げた二人を殺して。そして死体をここへ持ち帰りなさい。そしたら生き返らせて何度も遊ぶのよ。
I hate her laugh. The witch's expression twisted into an evil smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke.
恐れながら、先代様よりそのような残酷行為は慎むようにと。
When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. He was frustrated. It was so boring not being able to let her own power and cruelty run wild. This annoying furniture of the predecessor kept telling her to show restraint, bringing her irritation to a peak.
傲慢のルシファーちゃんじゃない。お久しぶりに元気？また今度一緒に遊びましょうね。にひひひひひ。410死後はダメです。怒られます。大ベアトリーチェ卿のご命令を迅速に遂行を。にひ、お仕事の時間だに。410回。
The what system? Booted. So I can't. Dude. That's an I. That's an F and an I together. I wouldn't have been able to read that correctly. The firing guidance system.
追撃狙撃戦準備
Oh, sniper.
地形データ収集射撃用データ収集
Initiating data collection. I wonder what all this other like text says.
410へデータリンク410データ受領
Forming firing curve.
標的を捕捉地形誤差修正射撃曲線形成制御点補正完了45へデータリンク45データ受領
Accuracy 97.89.
危険区域確認あそこはダメです後ろ邪魔だよルシファーちゃんバックファイヤで焼けるよにひ
Thanks to their paired measurements, the Shyster sisters were able to instantly calculate the terrain throughout the mansion and the coordinates of their targets, as well as a firing curve to reach them. That's right, their shots could be guided to follow a curved line. None could escape. The precision guidance used by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was nothing more than a cheap knockoff of the ability these two held.
45射撃準備完了弾手選定装填
As the two of them faced each other, it was as though they were both pulling back a bowstring together. A dazzling gold arrow was readied there.
410にひ射撃
After giving that announcement, they released a single arrow together. As the path taken by the gold sparkled snake of light drew a curve, it followed the direction that Rudolph and Kyria had escaped to in rapid pursuit. It turned through the corridors, crawled over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. No one could block the guided shots of the Shyster sisters. No one could escape from them. And their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was quite a merciless guided weapon of certain death. However, amongst the mystical class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. It was very commonplace for them, and very extraordinary for those of the everyday world. When he noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around, the exact position of Rudolph's heart was pierced by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant. After the gold snake pierced Rudolph, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kyria's legs, and crawled up to her chest. And just like Rudolph, it pierced the exact location of her heart. And all of that happened in an instant. It pierced Rudolph and then Kyria. So they died, dropped to their knees, and fell over at almost the exact same time. What cheaters.
何これ圧倒的じゃないバカバカしいくらいにあっさりね私ではこういう家具が向いてるわ先代様の中古家具とは大違いさあ二人の死体をここへ飽きるまで何度でも蘇らせて思いつく限りの残虐な殺し方を試してやるのはあ魔女がこんなにも楽しいなんて命を奪うことがこんなにも楽しいなんて
Man. From the time humans are born, the most shunned action they can take is the murder of another human. It's only natural that humans can't understand how pleasurable it can be to break this taboo. But she was no longer a human. She was a witch. There were some pleasures that only witches could understand. By now, she had tasted those pleasures and was totally immersed in them. After learning that the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without them. No, maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. Anyway, by killing humans gruesomely and doing it over and over, she could feel the drug-like pleasure even now. As to which rolled over laughing, the gold snake that had just been shot returned as though being reeled in. At the tips, 2 people were pinned and dragged along. The witch's order had been fulfilled. Rudolph and Curie had been killed instantly and their corpses had been carried back.
シエスタ45、410、命令スタイベアトリーチェ教の次の命令を待ちます。どうかご命令を。赤ん坊のおもりからネトゲのお相手。
They can play online games?
スペースシャトル撃墜まで何でもお答えしますよ。にひひ。こいつらは第4の番と第5の番の生贄らしいの。だから最後には役立たずの7姉妹。ああ、もう5姉妹か。こいつらを額と胸に刺してえぐらなくちゃならない。でもそれを最後にすればいいんであって、それまでを私がどう遊ぼうと勝手よね。
待て待て待て待てい。そなたはわらわの言っていたことをもう忘れたのか。
おや、これは先代様。何か文句でもおありですか。
あるに決まっておろうが、そなたはやりたい放題ではないか。なぜにわらわの言いつけが聞けぬのか。
やりたい放題で何の問題があるのですか、先代。それに私は儀式のルールを逸脱しようなんて気持ちはこれっぽっちもありません。ちゃんとこの2人の死体を後できれいにして額と胸に杭を打ち込んでおきますから。
そういう問題ではないというに、あまりに品がなかったり残酷だったりするとだな。気を悪くする者もおるかもしれぬし。
People, huh?
先代様がどこかで戦っているとかいうゲームの相手ですか。どの上に聞きました。
おしゃべり。
Man, Renault really likes talking.
まあ正直に言うとそういうわけだ。ちょっと目に余ると講義を受けてな。
先代様にわざわざ伝言などさせず、直接講義にいらっしゃればいいのに。臆病な方です。
こことは異なる世界の住人だからの。わらわを返さねばならぬのだ。
Fun fact, in the first translation, they were translated as the Siesta Sisters. I like that name. Party!
まあとにかくだな。
ということは、その方は私に何か干渉したくてもできない。そして私も干渉したくてもできない。それくらいに遠い世界の無縁な方との認識でよろしいですか。
うん。例えるなら、とても近い2本の平行線の世界とでも言おうか。とても身近な世界なのだが、平行線ゆえに2本の線が交わることは決してない。そんな世界ととりあえずは認識してくれればよい。
交わらないということは、私とは関係ない世界のことということです。もしその方の代弁で私に自重しろとおっしゃられてるのでしたら、その方に交互伝言をお願いします。
Oh no.
あやつにか？なんと伝える？
余計なお世話だよ、消えろよババア。へそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。
失礼しました。先代のお友達でしょうから、多分女性だろうと想像しただけです。ババアと言っても決して先代様のことではありませんから、どうかご容赦ください。
When she spoke, the witch was looking straight into Beto's eyes. Anyone present would be able to tell what she meant by it.
先代様、とても不思議に思うことがあります。どうして先代様はその別世界の方とゲームをして魔女だと認めてもらわなければならないのですか？
それはだな、全ての人間に魔女の存在を認めさせることが完全なる支配につながるからである。一人頑固者がおってな。どうあってもわらわを魔女とは認めんのだ。
Why don't you just kill
どう
him?
して人間の認可が必要なのですか？魔女が魔女であり魔法を振るうことにどうして人間に認められる必要があるのですか？
だからな、前にも話した通り、魔法というのは
私は魔女です。別に誰の認可がなくとも魔法が使えますが、何か？
この世界ではな。しかしだな、それをあやつが認めない以上はそのなんと説明すればよいのか。
説明いりません。だって決して交わることのない別世界の話じゃありませんか。それはつまりない世界も同じということです。別世界でゲームで戦っていると先代様が妄想を語っていることと何にも変わりません。重ねて言います。私と関係ない話です。そして私はもう魔女です。先代様はどうやらその何者かに認めてもらえないと魔女になれないようですが、私は違います。誰に認められずとももう立派な魔女です。先代ということであなたに形式的な敬意は捧げますが、それは私の行為であって義務ではありません。もう私はあなたの助言など求めていないし、これからどうすればいいか、どう遊べばいいかはっきり分かってます。だから13人殺しの儀式まではあなたへの最後の敬意だと割り切って行います。しかしそのやり方やその後のことについてはあなたに口出しされる言われは全くありません。そういうことで一つよろしくお願いします。
At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained within them a clear parting of ways. She was no longer under Brato's care in any way. That's why she was clearly saying nothing more than "don't get in the way of my fun." Brato understood that, and was dejected, realizing that no matter how she explained it, she wouldn't be able to make the witch understand.
そうか。ならばわらわはもう知らぬぞ。魔法は敬いの気持ちなくして存在できぬことを身をもって知るがいい。
あなたがこれまでに縦横無尽に暴れてきたそれが。
After hearing that, Beito could not respond, as she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her teacher.
シエスタの姉妹、先代がお帰りよ。お見送りを。にひひひひ。先代様、どうぞこの場はお引き取りを。でないと私たちが叱られます。
Throughout her body, Beto felt something unseeable from the Chaser sisters, which could only be described as an impressive sensation. Most likely, they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it. Even Beto could not escape from the Chaser sisters' attacks without any preparation. In the past, she had placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew how terrifying they were down to her very soul.
先代様、お引き取りを。これ以上ベアトリーチェ様のご機嫌を損ねられるのはお勧めできません。
先代様。わかった。わらわはこれにて退場する。そなたがどのような顛末をたどるか、ゆっくり鑑賞させてもらおうぞ。
Away she goes. It was almost infinitely close to a parting shot. So after Beto vanished, the witch and her furniture doubled over laughing.
まあ、わかる。無限の力は楽しい。 有限の極みである命を自在にもてあそぶ快楽は味わったことのない者には説明できぬ。その快楽に取りつかれる気持ち、わかろうというもの。
さぞや楽しかったでしょうね、かつてのあなたのはしゃぎぶりを見る限り。
あれがかつて何度も諭そうとしたお師匠様と、それに耳を貸さぬわらわの姿だというのか。
なぜあの子の行為を咎める気になったのですか？
She likes Battler.
あなたにはあの子と大きな違いが一つあります。あの子はすでに魔女かもしれない。もちろんあなたも魔女です。ゲーム版の上の世界では。しかしゲーム版の外の世界で魔女だと認められるには、ゲームの対戦者であるバトラ君に認めてもらわなくてはならない。あなたはそれを理解してゲームを始めたはずです。
魔女である証拠を暴風のように見せつけ、わらわを拒否する気持ちを吹き飛ばし、屈服させればわらわを魔女と認めると思った。前回うまくいきかけたので、もう一息だと思ったのだ。
実際は逆です。バトラ君はあなたの残忍さに呆れ果てていました。そしてゲームの対戦者として登壇したのは、あなたを対等な対戦相手だと認めたからではない。残忍な魔女の存在を一切認めないという強い敵意に基づいてです。愚かなあなたはバトラ君が対戦者の自覚を持ってくれたことを、自分を魔女だと認めさせる第一歩のように感じて、でも実際は全くの逆。バトラ君はあなたを魔女だと絶対に認めないためにあなたのゲームに挑んだのです。浅はかな北風がいくら吹きつけようと、旅人はマントをより深く着込むだけ。あなたは大きな間違いを最初から犯しているのです。
The very start.
このゲームはバトラ君を屈服させる拷問などではない。あなたがバトラ君に認めてもらうために努力する試練なのです。
うすうすは
Ooh, Maria?
気づいてたさ。
Stab you?
前回はバトラ君にとって辛いゲームでした。しかしもう気づいたようですね。今回はあなたにとって辛いゲームです。
わらわはこれからどうすればいいのだ。
あなたが自分で考えるのです。幸いにもあなたはもうゲーム版の駒を降りて新しき魔女に委ねました。じっくりと自らについて思案する時間があるでしょう。
バトラはもう敵意の塊じゃねえかよ。魔女は認めない。そしてわらわも認めない。それでどうやってバトラに認めてもらうんだよ。北風でダメなら今からのこのこ太陽で照らせっていうのか。このわらわが今さら。
今は10月、ハロウィンの季節ですね。
Halloween.
太陽が死に再び蘇る再生の月です。蘇ったばかりの弱々しい太陽は冬の木枯らしに遠く及ばないでしょう。しかしじっくりと成長し、やがては春の訪れを告げることができる。その時旅人はマントを畳むこともあるかもしれない。
わらわ間違ってると。
Can you speak up, Beatrice? Your voice is so low. Alright, back to this freaking nightmare. The beautiful hall of the Ushirumi mansion was covered with a golden sparkle like gold leaf, and stained deep red with thick spurts of blood. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Curia had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and your toes. The witch was breathing so hard her shoulders shook, but it wasn't because she was tired. She just couldn't hide her ragged breath caused by her still uncontainable excitement.
無限の魔女の力の前には私が思い描く無限の全てが実現するわ。どんなにぐちゃぐちゃにすりつぶしてやったって私は指を一つ鳴らすだけで元通りにして蘇らせることができる。そして最後に申し訳程度に碑文に沿った死体に戻せばいいんだからね。
Hope she forgets to follow one of the steps.
ねえあんたたち、ぬいぐるみのお腹を裂いたことってある？ないです。45は？いえ、やったことありません。申し訳ありません。当然よ。普通ないわ。ましてやお気に入りのぬいぐるみだったらなおさらよね。でもずっと思ってた。こんなにも大好きでいつか覗いてみたいってずっと思ってたわ。
If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken. So, even though you want to see it, you can't. You understand this feeling, right?
無限の魔女の力はまさにそれを叶えてくれる力なの。今の私は好きなだけぬいぐるみを裂くことができる。なのに魔法一つでそれを元通りに蘇らせることができるわ。それはつまりこの世のあらゆる制約を打ち破ったということ。今の私には躊躇することも思いとどまることも何もないの。その喜び、誰にもわからないでしょうね。無限の魔女の私以外誰にもわからない。
The witch let out a mad war cry. She revived Rudolph and Carrie again. And faster than they could realize it, she killed them right away. And she made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two.
予算かエヴァ。
Oh?
あんたいたの？
Eustace there? I thought he ran away. Came back? In that gruesome hall, Hideyoshi appeared with his gun ready. The witch had sealed the mansion with a barrier, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He probably picked up Rudolph or Curie's gun and come back. The gun, which should have been something to be feared, was apparently no longer an object she took seriously with now that she was overflowing with magical power. Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest.
なんでローザさんやマリアちゃんやルドルフ君やキリエさんまで殺さにゃならん。
はあ？私は後宮家の当主にして六軒島の魔女よ。この島では何を起こそうと全ては自由自在。今だけの一瞬を切り取ってその生き死にを問うなど私には無意味なこと。
お父さんの黄金を見つけてどんだけ高く積まれた黄金やったやろな。わしには想像もつかん。お前の正気を失わせるほどのものだったんやろ。だがな、そんなにもたくさんの黄金やったならなして気前よく分けっこしたろって思わんかったんや。
誤解してるわ。あれは全て黄金の魔女のものよ。私以外の誰にも触れる資格はない。
お前は何や？昔聞かせてくれた少女時代の魔女だったエヴァだとでも言うんか？
そうよ。あなたの妻の後宮エヴァの胸の中にずっと住んでいた少女時代の私。そして魔女なの。エヴァは私を忘れることによって大人になったわ。だから魔法が使えない。
誰だって子供の頃には無邪気だけれど残酷な妄想に頭を膨らませることはある。わしかて小さい頃はアリを踏んで回ったりトンボの羽をむしったりして遊んだことがあるわ。しかし命の大切さを学んでそんな残酷な幼年時代から卒業するんや。今のお前は まさに幼年時代そのものやで。エヴァが卒業したはずの人格なんや。
Alright, dude.
それはエヴァやない。別の人間や。
そうよ。私後ろ宮エヴァじゃない。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェだもの。楽しいわよ。何の制約もしがらみもなく生き死にを自由にできるこの閲楽は本当に素敵。割った金魚鉢を謝らなくていい。そして好きなだけぬいぐるみを裂いていい。私は
There was a crisp sound. It was the sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. Holy based. Looking at the hall stained deep red with fresh blood, he should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was. But without fear, without even hesitating, Hideyoshi had walked determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek.
アホ
Again!
ぶるなや。ほんまは臆病者の弱虫のくせに。わしがまた更生させたるわ、このシャワルが。このアホアホ。
痛い。ちょっと。
命の大切さとか儚さとかそういうのが分かる女やったらな。わしが思い出させたる。何が魔女や。アホ抜かせ。お前はわしの女房の後ろ宮エヴァや。冷蔵庫の残り物でちょいちょいと気の利いたつまみを作れる台所の魔女が先の山や。
Witch of the kitchen could always make the perfect snacks.
目を覚まさんかい、この
What a
ア
line.
ホンダラが。
だから後ろ宮エヴァじゃないって言ってるでしょうか。
アホ抜かせ。この
As tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head. He wasn't even pointing a gun at her anymore. Therefore, that sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. A hole? The gun, which had fallen in a corner near Rudolph's corpse, was floating in the air, and smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? The red stain was slowly spreading across the chest section of Hideyoshi's vest. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet had driven through Hideyoshi's chest.
だから私はエヴァじゃないと言ってるのに、バカでうざい男ね。あんたしつこいから第6の番の生贄に変更してあげるわ。どこかのベッドの下に隠れて震えてでもいたなら見逃してやるつもりだったのに、わざわざ戻ってきて本当にバカな男だわ。
Thunk. There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell to the floor. Even though death would have allowed him to escape from that pain, he resisted until the last second. And staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. Because he had died without closing his eyes, the witch didn't realize that he was dead for a short while, and remained pinned by that gaze.
こいつも新しいおもちゃにして遊びます？にひ。
Those words, the witch finally realized that Hideyoshi was dead.
あ、そうね。どうしようかしら。
Tracer sisters waited for instructions. On inside, they imagined the sorts of even more brutal orders their master might give. But the expression that rose to the witch's face looked as though she had gotten over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it.
この男のせいですっかり興ざめだわ。もうやめた。ロノウェイいる？
はい、ここに。
後片付けをお願い。先代様もうるさいしね。あのババアが納得する程度に綺麗にしておいてちょうだい。一応先代様への義理で儀式のルールには従うわ。この3人の死体を 第4の番から第6の番ってことでお願いね。ルシファー、出番よ。
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
その3人の死体、ほじくってえぐっといて。
死体をですか？
そうよ。何か不満？
いえ。
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory had their own sort of pride. It was the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that they had brought down themselves. However, being told to gouge a corpse that someone else had brought down ran contrary to that sentiment. Of course, the witch didn't mean it that way, but for the Seven Sisters, it was horribly humiliating. However, they had already screwed this up, with 2 of the sisters defeated, so they had no right to question her. Only Renova appreciated this, and he rested his hand on the shoulder in understanding.
ベアトリーチェ様のご命令ですよ。ルシファーは3人を選び、儀式の作法に従い処理をするように。あと、できましたら私のお片付けにも手を貸してください。
かしこまりました。
The witch looked down upon Hideyoshi's corpse, as though implying that the now delicate atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's fault.
バカな男ね。死なずに済んだのに。
あなたあなた、どこ？いるわよね。返事をして。
The crash of a thunderbolt woke Eva from her nightmare. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at that time, her fearful heart would have probably been instantly healed. However, Hideyoshi, who had supposedly sworn that he wouldn't leave even for a moment, was nowhere to be seen in the room.
返事をして。あなた。
Oof. 3 more down, holy. What a scene! Oh man. Sorry, stretching. The whole thing with Rudolph and Gary was amazing, dude. Hideyoshi was pretty cool himself, just going up there to slap the hell out of her. Even Joe loved those scenes. Hated the bunnies, though. He would hate the bunnies. I don't mind them. I mean, we already seen freaking the Seven Sisters, all the goats. We even got freaking. I'm pretty sure. Arkansas is like half cat or something. She has a cat tail at least. No cat ears. She hide them? Oh man. Alright, it's been about almost 2 hours here. Let's take a short break and then continue on. See when the next scene break happens. Till then, quick BRB while I stretch my legs for a few moments, get some more coffee. The usual stuff. We can put on some music. Yeah, be right back. Oh, I see you posted what all of the like that guidance system text actually said. All this English I don't really understand sure is cool, pretty awesome. That's just basically Ryukishi's saying that. I like the end here. Accuracy 97.89%. A number that will almost certainly hit. It is pretty cool. I also like the one right before that. This is filler, so please don't read it, okay? It's random. Fun little Easter eggs in there. Oh boy. Alright. Got my coffee all refilled. Put a little bit of sugar in it this time, although I was pretty much enjoying it well enough without any. A little bit of sweetness is okay. Oh man. Let me rest for a minute more, eating a quick snack. This small little slice of pizza. So like, oh, I wonder if we get the sisters in here now. What? British. English. One of them. The flag similar to that. I could be. I like how they have the eagle like tattoo on them. Why? I guess just because to show that Beatrice summoned them. Well, at the same time, all the goats don't have it. Oh, this makes me think it's going to expand even further. It's an edited Iceland flag? Is it? Can't have a real flag? Oh, I guess they have that as like armbands. I didn't even notice. A weapon in contract with Beatrice. 45 has a methodical and timid personality, as well as a fairly strong persecution complex. Thanks to that, she's well suited to shoring up the weaknesses of 410's rough personality when they work as a pair. She can't stand silence, so she'll often become emotionally insecure if she isn't being ordered around by someone constantly. Alright, dude. 45 excels in searching and in search and decision-making capabilities. To support, she provides doubles the combative force of the sisters. Then 410. A weapon in contract with Beatrice. 410 is a kid with a strong personality whose peculiar style of speech tends to make light of people. She likes laughing at people who are serious or can never relax, which is why she's so fond of 45 and Lucifer. Her choice of words may be coarse, but she loves company and gets lonely easily. She gets depressed if there isn't someone talking with her constantly. 410 in particular is particularly skilled when it comes to fire and control, so she can wield unparalleled combative force even in close range fighting. And then Joe hated the bunny girls. Just like he hated all that magic sword bullshit that Canon can do and shield stuff that Shannon could do. I mean, it's silly and very anime-like, but at the same time, who cares? When the whole point is trying to... Of like the story seems to be trying to make Battler like acknowledge all this fantasy stuff. Oh, he's over there like denying it. I think it's fine. Go as crazy as you want with the fantasy battles and characters and whatnot. The whole freaking battle between Beatrice and Virgil. It's all nice, it's all fun. Anyway, one more sip of coffee and then we continue. And how many more characters are we gonna end up seeing? What's Battler gotta say about all this? Can we cut to him? Get that music out of here. Almost forgot. Why am I so small and... I want the live Battler reaction too. I also want the Battler to meet the Eva Beatrice. I want to see what they would talk about. But I'm unsure if that would actually happen. Alright, where were we? Eva waking up. Real Eva waking up and being freaked out that Hideyoshi isn't there. Everyone died in the mansion. And we got Twilight's 4, 5, and 6. Only 3 more left. 30 minutes had already passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, the return was too late. 30 minutes isn't that long of a wait if they're headed to the mansion gathering food and coming back, right? When Cross and Natsui, who waited by the entrance, were reaching the limits of their patience, the chain was set on the door. That was a precaution in the event that Rudolph's group was attacked and the master key was stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return. Ross glanced between his watch and the door, struggling to keep his composure.
彼らが戻らないようなことがあるならば。
辛い想像だな。その覚悟を始めた方が良さそうだ。やはり不用心だったんだ。
私はそうだと申し上げました。なぜ彼らはこれほどの危険を承知で外に。愚かなことです。ローザさんが襲われたばかりだというのに、なぜに外へ。
それを言っても始まらん。とにかくこれでゲストハウスに大人は3人。私と夏希、そして高熱で寝込んでいるエヴァだけだ。
At that time, the forceful sound of a door being opened came from the hallway, and they heard Eva's panicked voice. The voice kept calling out Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though she had a bad dream or something due to her fever and was calling out for her husband.
Eva-san, どうしましたか? 大丈夫ですか?
And now she's gonna run out. Could imagine. They're gonna find the corpses.
うちの人がいないの。ずっと一緒にいるって約束してくれたのに。ずっと手を握ってくれてるって約束したのに。
Ross was struck dumb by this attitude of hers, which she had never shown in front of him before, but Natsui understood her feelings.
落ち着いて。秀吉さんはルドルフさんたちと一緒に今表へ出ています。表へ？どうしてよ。私とずっと一緒にいてくれるって約束したのに、どうして表になんか行ってるの？表へ出てはダメ。表には魔女がいるわ。行ってはダメ。殺されてしまう。
What a huge freak out, holy.
エヴァ、落ち着きなさい。秀吉さんはルドルフたちと一緒に屋敷へ戻っているのだ。
どうして屋敷に行かなくちゃいけないのよ。 こなら安全なのに、どうして表になんか出したのよ。どうして屋敷なんかに戻ったのよ。
明日までの食料を取りに行くことになったのだ。秀吉さんはお前の体調が悪いことを気にしてて、そのためにもと言って。
いつ戻ってくるの？いつ戻ってくるのよ。表はダメよ。バラ庭園はダメ、屋敷はダメ。魔女がいる。黄金の魔女が歩き回ってる。見つかったら殺されてしまう。絶対に殺されてしまう。ああ、うちの人はいつ戻ってくるの。30分前にここを出ました。私たちは帰りを待っています。30分？そんなのおかしいじゃない。屋敷に行って食料を取って帰ってくるのに、どうしてそんなに時間がかかるのよ。それであんたたちはなんでここでぼんやりしてるのよ。迎えに行かなきゃ。早くあなたのところへ行かなきゃ。
Eva probably had quite a nightmare, and because it had continued even after she woke up, she could no longer hide or panic. The two tried calming her down, but all it did was make Eva's emotions explode even more. Maybe they heard that disturbance. Battler and the kids, who had supposedly been on the second floor, were peeking their faces through a crack of the lobby door. Ross, Natsui, Eva, and Battler, George, Jessica, and Nanjo. Everyone in the guest house gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation.
母さんの意見に同感だよ。父さんたちの様子を確かめに行くべきだ。
まあ、そうだな。荷物が大きくなって手間取ってる可能性だってあるぜ。人手は歓迎のはずさ。
ローザさんが襲われてすぐですぞ。二次遭難の可能性もあります。ここは一つ慎重に。
バカを言わないで。慎重に何よ。助けを求めてるかもしれない主人を見殺しにしろというの。私が様子を見に行くわ。臆病者はここで待っていなさい。
Looking agitated, Eva raised her gun. She still had one? She still had one. Wait, weren't there only 4 guns? Or am I misremembering? Like... No, I guess that still checks out. Ross kept his gun. Took Eva's gun. Still had his own gun, and Rose's gun. Or took Rose's gun, not Eva's, and then Eva's still... They still left the gun with her when she has like a high fever? You think maybe they would have took it and given it to someone else who wasn't, like, sick in bed? Looking agitated, Eva raised her gun. Judging by her face, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George, who realized that first, raised his head.
僕も行こう。バトラ君も来るだろう。人数が多い方がいい。
おう、エヴァおばさん。来るなって言ったってついてくぜ。
私も行くよ。私だけ安全なところに隠れてなんかいられないぜ。
ジェシカは出てはなりません。ここに私といるのです。良いですね。
It was like they were implying that those 3 had already been killed anyway, so going outside would be pointless. That's when we realized that Eva felt like her heart had been gouged out, but spoke out strongly as Jessica's mother.
そうね。それがいいでしょうね。兄さんたち一家はゲストハウスで留守番してて。これはうちの家族とバトラ君の家族の問題よ。あと南條先生も来てもらえるかしら。万が一のこともあるかもしれないから。
Off they go. Whoa!
バトラ、エヴァ、ジョージ、南條の4人は屋敷のホールにて。
Hold on, before we get to that. Is it really only Jessica's family left at the guest house? I guess so, huh?
ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人の遺体を発見。
Take a look at that real quick. Yoshi died in the Hall of the Mansion. Is just pierced by a stake-like weapon. That was careless of me. Didn't think you were still alive. Didn't think you were still alive. Died in the Hall of the Mansion with his forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Covered his entire face. Apparently, they gotta be finished off with stakes from here on out. Gross. Gross. Died in the Hall of the Mansion, her stomach pierced by a stake-like weapon. The stomach isn't a particularly lethal spot. Isn't it enough to just kill her in some other easier way and then stick a stake in her corpse? It feels like the ending lines are like from the Eva Beatrice point of view.
第4から第6の番ってことか。なら死体には額、胸、腹にそれぞれ例の悪魔の杭が。
はい。ルドルフの額に1本、秀吉の胸に1本、そして桐江の腹部に1本、悪魔の杭。3人が争ったか、あるいは逃げ回るかしたと思われる着衣の乱れがあります。
Disorder of the clothing.
3人の遺体は寄り添ってはおらず、犯人と遭遇後、ある程度の抵抗を試みたと推定されます。
杭で額と胸と腹をとか相変わらず無芸。
Even though Renova knew it would be superfluous, he contemplated telling Battler the truth. Okay, so Battler hasn't been watching. He's just been waiting for Virgil to report to him, like, what's been happening. Or what have happened, I guess. Normally, the witch would have killed them in a much, much more horrible way. The corpses have been left in this manner only because Beto had suggested to the witch that she show restraint. The new witch, thinking it would fit well enough as long as she gouged him with stakes, would probably just have stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Rosa and Maria's corpses were a particularly striking example. They had been killed as the Golden Witch had wished. Just how gruesome would the corpses have been? Beto had changed that into the still better kind of killing Battler had mentioned earlier. One thing that Beto's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Battler about this. But judging by Battler's eyes, that might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and being dead is very large. Saying that she gave him some better deaths might have made it possible for a demon to understand her feelings and pardon her. But there was no way a human could be so accepting. Understanding this, Renov remained silent despite knowing of Beto's modest efforts.
いつも通り死体の死亡確認からさせてもらうぜ。ロノウェ、赤で宣言を頼む。
Declared in red.
おい、聞こえないのか。赤で宣言を頼む。副将要求だ。ルドルフ、桐江、秀吉の3名は死亡している。
申し訳ございません。副将を拒否させていただきます。
なんだと。
Why?
いきなりどういうつもりだ。
By now, proclaiming the victims were dead in red was almost given in this battle. Refusing to do that was almost like losing by default. So Renov refused as part of his first move. Battler was dumbfounded.
申し訳ございません。私めのお嬢様の代行者である資格をこれをもって返上させていただきます。よって私にはそれを赤で復唱することができません。それを復唱する資格があるのはお嬢様ただ一人だけで。
Oh?
正しい言い分です。 ロノウェはベアト側の代行者でしかありません。ロノウェが代行の役を負り、かつバトラ君がベアトを相手として新しい代行者を立てる必要があります。
新しき代行者はおりません。どうかバトラ様、お嬢様を再び対局の相手とお認めください。
悪いが、そいつは聞けねえ相談だぜ。あの不愉快な残酷野郎。俺は絶対に対局者だなどと認めない。それを認めないために、俺はこのゲームを降りないんだ。
不愉快な点につきましては、お嬢様に代わりまして謝罪します。また、お嬢様には二度と不愉快な言動を取らぬよう制約させます。
どうだかな。
バトラ君、あの子の師匠として私も謝罪します。よく言って聞かせますので、どうか一度だけ許してやってはくれませんか。
おいおい、よしてくれよ。まるで俺が悪者みてえだぜ。それに、あんたらにいくら謝罪の言葉を聞かされても、そいつをベアトが自分の口で言えるってんなら、まあ耳を貸さねえこともないぜ。
Oh, see, easy, Beto. Just apologize.
わか
Then
り
you
ま
can never
し
do it
た。
again.
それがあの子を再び認めてもらう唯一の条件ならば、あの子に謝罪をさせましょう。ロノウェ、あの子を呼びなさい。よろしいですね、バトラ君。
好きにしろよ。だが、俺が許すと期待するな。呼べよ。あのムカつく魔女。
ありがとうございます。バト、ただいま、お呼びいたします。お嬢様、バトラ様がお呼びでございます。
She appears. After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in midair and created Beto's form. It was a much more docile appearance than the one she made before.
呼んだか、ロノウェ。話は聞いていたはずですよ。あなたの口から何か言うことはありますか。
I looked as though Beto shrunk slightly under her battler's cold gaze. Several times, Beto made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well, and she was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with icy hands. Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. In the hall, they had just found the corpses of new victims and had broken down crying. But they can't just pause it, it still continues?
親父、キリエさん。
Well, at least they lived for much longer this time. They even had cool moments.
母さん、しっかりして。僕だって悔しい、悲しい。
おそらく即死だったでしょう。たとえ彼らが倒れた直後に我々がここに訪れたとしても、きっと手遅れだったに違いありません。
いいえ、違うわ。きっと生きてたわよ。胸にこんなものを刺されて、うちの人はもがき苦しみながら死んでいったに違いないのよ。もっと早く来ていればきっと助かった。きっと助かったのよ。
バトラ君も辛いだろうけど、しっかり。
大丈夫だよ。大丈夫だぜ。兄貴、もうちょっとだけ泣かせてくれ。俺が一番マシなんだ。俺が一番悲しくないはずなんだ。だから、もうちょっとだけ泣いたら
両親を失った心の痛みはよくわかる。僕には母さんがまだいる。バトラ君よりはるかにマシだ。いや違うぜ。ジョージの兄貴が一番辛いはずなんだ。分かってんだよ兄貴。ジョージの兄貴が俺たちの中で一番悲しくて辛いんだ。俺はそれを分かってる。だからこれ以上メソメソなんて泣いちゃいけねえんだ。どうして僕の方が辛いなんて。俺にとっちゃ親父もキリエさんも成人して独り立ちしたらいつかは別れる人間さ。親である以上子供より先に死ぬのは宿命だ。それが少し早くなっちまっただけの話だぜ。だが兄貴は違うぜ。いつか別れる親だけじゃない。これからの人生をずっと一緒に生きていくはずのシャノンちゃんまで失ったんじゃないかよ。人の命に重さなんかねえさ。赤ん坊の命だって年寄りの命だって。だがよ、それからの人生が長ければ長いほど、一緒に築いてく未来が長ければ長いほど、その死ってのは悲しいものなんじゃねえのかよ。兄貴はシャノンちゃんと婚約したんだろ。これからの人生と家庭を一緒に築いていこうって約束したんだろ。
Bring this up now.
その未来のでかさが、幸せのでかさがよ、俺の痛みなんかとは比べ物にならねえ。だから兄貴はもっともっと泣いても許されるはずなんだ。なのに俺たちいとこの兄貴格だからって無理に冷静を装って。やめてよバトラ君。
Rude was trying to make a calm smile, but already he couldn't stop a single hot tear from leaving a streak down his face.
悲しくないわけがないじゃないか。僕はシャノンと一緒にたくさんの未来を思い、きっと100年の人生では叶えきれないくらいの夢を語り合う。その夢の一番最初の籍を入れることさえ叶えられなくて、悲しくないわけがないじゃないか。それに比べたら俺なんかだから俺にはこれ以上泣く資格なんかねえんだ。兄貴だってこらえてるのに、俺にこれ以上の涙を流す資格なんて。同じだよ。親しい人を失えば悲しいのは僕もバトラ君も同じだよ。だからバトラ君が僕より涙を流してはいけないなんてルールはない。そして僕だってもうこれ以上涙をこらえなければならないなんてルールもない。兄貴未来を語り合ったシャノンが死んだ。父さんも死んだ。悲しいな悲しいな。
Valor and George hugged each other tightly. They cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for the people who had been so precious to them. So sad.
どうして俺がジョージの兄貴が一番辛いって言ったかわかるか。
聞いていたからわかる。
A new song? There's some weird voice at the beginning of it.
その後の人生を共にする時間の長さに悲しみは比例すると。
も
ちろんそれだけじゃ測れねえけどな。俺たち人間はお前ら魔女とは違う生きてから死ぬまでという有限の時間をその力の限り生きている。それをないがしろにする奴は許せない。ましてや嘲笑いもてあそぶような奴は絶対に許せない。お前のような死の概念もめちゃくちゃな奴には理解もできねえだろうがよ。これから生きる時間の長さだけじゃない、一生懸命に生きている奴の人生を嘲笑うこと、これが一番俺には許せねえんだ。ジョージの兄貴はがむしゃらに頑張って人生を生きてた。シャノンちゃんと結婚するために悲壮な覚悟をしてこの日に臨んでいたはずなんだ。俺みたいに久しぶりにいとこと会えるなんて浮かれてたやつとはわけが違う。
しかしだな。ベアト、今は黙って聞きなさい。
お前の言い分にも一定の理解
Shut
が。
up and listen, Beto.
お前には自分の復活のためにおかしな碑文に沿った殺人を続ける必要があるってんだろ。だからその範囲内でのお前の殺人はお前の立場の事情を汲み取る限りギリギリの理解はできる。それがお前にとっては必要な行為だからなら、それ以上の不要な行為は全てお前の無意味な残酷趣味ということになる。つまり第一の晩に6人を殺すことまでがお前にとっての必要な行為ならば、顔を砕くとか腹を裂いてお菓子を詰め込むなんて真似は全てお前の残酷趣味だってことになる。俺はお前のこの点について断じて許すことができないんだ。お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺され方を繰り返された時、結局は最後には生き返らせるのだからみたいなことを言ったそうだな。ワルギリアに聞いてるぜ。
それはまあその
最後には生き返るなら何度殺してもいいという考えは命をもてあそぶだけの全く不必要な行為ではないのか。殺すなら人思いに殺せ。もてあそぶな。殺さないなら痛むな。お前は人の命を自在に操れるのをいいことに命の尊厳を忘れてしまった。だから俺は認められないんだ。命の重みを、そして失った時の悲しみを知らない奴を俺は対戦相手だと断じて認められない。
無限の魔法が邪法と言われるゆえんです。無限の魔
Black
女に
art.
有限の概念はない。壊す、殺すという有限と終焉の概念がないのです。それゆえに無限の魔女は時に生と死の狭間をゴム跳びで遊ぶかのように、その行き来を遊び出すようになります。それはとてもとても恐ろしいことです。だから私は無限の魔女として自ら望み、あなたの域まで達しなかったのです。
I never reached your level. It was something Vergilia had been trying to tell Beto for a long time, but Beto had been too young to obediently listen to those words. He had been too wild. He had been possessed by that detestable pleasure.
壺を割ってはならぬと言わでも、だからこそいつか割ってみたいと思っていた。そして無限の魔法を得て、いくら壊しても好きなだけ元に直せると知ったとき、わらわは壺を壊す。それを禁忌の蜜と呼びます。
Forbidden honey.
人はその中身に惹かれるのではない。それを封ずる錠前に惹かれるのです。実に嘆かわしいことです。
ワルギリアに聞きたい。無限の魔法なんてものがどうしてあるんだ。
Yo, good
そ
question.
れは何のためにこの世にあるんだ。
無限の魔法に限らず、魔法はすべて人の世に幸福をもたらすために存在するのです。今さらバトラ君には信じがたいでしょうが、私たち魔女は人の世に恵みを与えるために、人と人ならざる者たちとの架け橋になるべく修行を重ねているのです。
死者を繰り返し蘇らせ、何度もいじめ殺すことでどう人の世に役立つってんだ。
大切な形見の壺が割れてしまった時、それを直すことで誰もが笑顔を取り戻すならば、私は何度でも魔法にて直すでしょう。しかしそれは壊すために直すのではありません。
That's just what Beto did, because she's dumb.
人に幸福を与えるために蘇らせるのです。
だとしたらベアト、お前は無限の魔女。今俺は漠然と思ったことがある。どうして俺がお前とこんなおかしなゲームを延々と続けてるのかだ。これは俺を屈服させるためのゲームじゃない。お前が本当の意味で無限の魔女に認められるための試験ではないのかってな。
The truest, that's...
知らぬわ。わらわがそなたにゲームを申し込んでいるのは、単なる暇つぶしだ。
Was it?
誰の思惑でもないわ。
俺は今ワルギリアからの魔女の定義を聞いた。それによるならばベアト、お前は魔女ですらない。その修行の途中で自らの力を誤解した見習いってことになる。これは魔女と人間の戦いのはずならば、魔女でないお前に俺の相手としての資格はない。わかるな。
わらわがまだ見習い風情だと申すか。ならばわらわはいつそなたの対戦相手だと再び認められるのか。いつこのゲームを再開できるというのか。
さあな、それは少なくとも今じゃない。お前が俺の言った話をちゃんと理解できて本当の魔女になった時、俺はお前を再びゲームの対戦相手だと認めるだろうよ。
そのような抽象的な言い方ではわからぬ。どうすればお前の許しを超えるのか、はっきりと聞かせよ。
No, figure it out.
いや、これで十分だ。あとはお前が考えろ。俺が言いたいのは以上だ。理解ができないならワルギリアやロノウェに相談してみろ。お前みたいなガキンチョはまず大人の言葉に耳を傾けるところから始めやがれ。
A brat.
ワルギリア、ゲームは一度中断する。ロノウェが代行を降りた以上、あとはベアトが対局者としてふさわしい資格を持つのを待つしかない。
了解しました。ベアトがその資格を得たと認められるまでゲームを対局者不在のまま進行させます。
A game will proceed without an
ベ
opponent.
アトもそれでよろしいですね。
異論はない。
We're just gonna continue the rest of this episode without them actually going up against each other.
わらわは時間とゆっくり考えられる場所が欲しい。これにて席を外してもよいか。
ああ、いいぜ。
それではまたな。
待てよ、そうしょぼくれた顔すんな。
それはすまぬな。
Really?
疲れぬ。
And not deceive.
ならまだ構成の余地はあるってことだぜ。一つだけ約束する。俺はお前とのゲームに勝つかもしれないし負けるかもしれない。 お前が戻ってこなけりゃ不戦勝ってこともあるだろうよ。
At that point, Battler stopped talking for a second. Then he spoke forcefully.
しかし絶対に俺からは降りない。お前を不戦勝にだけは絶対にしない。お前が再び俺の好敵手としてそこに座るのを俺はずっと。
バトラ様。
Battler waiting for an eternity for Beto to come back.
ありがとうバトラー。わらわはきっとそなたに認められて戻ってくるぞ。
Almost looked like she's trying to wink there. After showing a hopeful smile for a very short while, Beto vanished. After seeing her expression as he left, Battler was absolutely convinced that her face could tell no lies. And so it goes on. The 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now it was clear that those who went outside would not return alive. Rudolph's group had gone out with 2 guns and a master key, but those had been lost. It was already clear that those had been stolen by the culprit. Because the shutters were closed on the windows, they couldn't be opened even if the culprit had a master key. The front and back doors that led to the outside were all sealed by chains, and they were further blocked with sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them.
台風が今となってはむしろ幸いかもしれんな。もしも晴れていたならゲストハウスに放火するという手もあり得たかもしれん。
そもそも台風でなかったなら午前中に船が来てたわ。それを不幸中の幸いと言えるかは微妙ね。エヴァさん、体の具合はいかがですか？無理をされないようにしてください。ありがとう。熱はまだ感じるけど、そんなことを言ってる場合じゃないの。
It's a very good time to complain about that. I don't think you should be handling a gun with a high fever.
子供のためにも今は寝込んでる場合じゃない。
After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's corpse, Eva had felt a strong self-awareness of her position as mother, and her expression conveyed a strong will. In actual fact, her fever still hadn't gone down. She was aware of that. If she didn't keep a strong hold on herself, she felt as though the fever would make her mind hazy again. By this point, the first floor formed a final line of defense set up by Cross, Natsui, and Eva. The children and the guest, Nanjo, have been strongly warned not to go downstairs without taking great care. If the culprit used a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack from the second floor. But it wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an insecure position. The second floor was relatively safe compared to the first. Battler and George had also wanted to remain on the first floor so that they could fight if the worst happened, but Eva had put a stop to that. In her mind, George was now the only member of her family. It seemed she didn't want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs to the first floor. Rasa Natsui could understand that feeling. Man, so what happens now? How do you continue things after this? Also, a great deal of time had passed since the siege began. In the second floor cousins' rooms, Battler, George, and Jessica sat dazed, and they didn't even listen to the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nejo had been with them and tried to lend them words of encouragement. But when he realized that he might actually be having the opposite effect, he hid himself in his own room on the same second floor. George kept looking dazedly at photographs inserted in his notebook. It was from the time he'd taken a vacation in Okinawa with Shannon. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photos. Yo, flashback scene to it? George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and strength of the wind, and even what he had been talking about with her at the time those photos had been taken as clearly as though they had been yesterday. So, to George, they weren't simply photos, but a door to bring back warm memories. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery in Okinawa that he'd seen with her and her laughing voice that reached his eyes and ears. George had strived to be reborn after meeting Shannon. He had sworn to separate himself from the timid person he had once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere, unable to refuse a request. and easily used by those around him. He had resolved himself to become a strong man who could make her life more joyous. Therefore, if he hadn't met Shannon, the man called Ushiromiya George would probably have lived a very different life. And the George of that different life surely wouldn't have been as excellent a man as he is now. The person I am now exists for Shannon's sake. Now that Shannon is gone, why do I exist? Completely meaningless, isn't it? He felt a deep, deep sadness as though he himself had become empty. That feeling must have been tormenting him this whole time. However, until Battler mentioned it, he hadn't been aware of the feeling himself. Good going, Battler? I finally managed to remember that it should have been alright for him to cry much, much more. Oh, he cried. Just like Battler had, he cried himself dry. By now his eyes were bright red and swollen, and he couldn't cry anymore. So George did his best to change his way of thinking. He was not meaningless now, and he should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. The dead don't come back to life. He would have to get over being separated from his lost beloved. Let me read that again. He would have to get over being separated from his most beloved person. A real main character getting some focus. I wish the main character was like Kyrie and Rudolph. They were sick, dude. If he were to chase after Shannon and kill himself, he would surely be deeply dejected. Worked the other way around too. If he had died and Shannon chased after him, throwing away her own life, he wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. So he chose to surpass his sadness and anger, and decided to thank her instead. After meeting Shannon, she made his days rich and full, and taught him the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. As a result, she had shaped him into the kind of person he had wanted to be. He wanted to thank her for that. He tried to quell his sadness in this way, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He understood it logically. He knew that grieving any more than this would only make her grieve in heaven. But that didn't bring a stop to his sadness. For these dweebs out on the beach on a cloudy day.
なんで人が死ぬってのはよ、こんなに悲しいんだろうな。
Battler muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. This question probably hadn't been directed at anyone, but Jessica answered.
別れはどんな形でもいつも悲しいさ。でもそれが例えば老いであるとか、あらかじめ約束されていて、いつか訪れる別れであると分かっているものは、その悲しみを長い時間をかけてあらかじめ薄めておくことができる。それを許されないから、突然の不幸は悲しいんだろうよ。
なるほどな。そりゃ病気にでもかかって何年も昏睡状態になってりゃ、少しずつ心の整理もついてくだろうけど、ある日突然じゃその暇もねえもんな。
本来なら数年をかけて薄めるべき悲しみが一度に押し寄せる。そりゃ辛いわけさ。時には人の生涯に傷を残すほど深い悲しみを与えることもあるかもしれない。
生涯に傷を残すほどか。
じいさまのオカルト趣味もさ、 そうささやかれてたんだよな。例のベアトリーチェって愛人を大昔に亡くして、それが悲しくて悲しくて立ち直れなくて。
This story
それ
again.
で死者を蘇らせるためのオカルトの研究にそうささやかれてた。
だとしたら
This
イ
portrait
エス
again.
様は最後の土壇場でその奇跡を成し遂げたな。犯人は蘇ったベアトリーチェで、じいさまは殺される瞬間に再会できたってことになるぜ。自分で蘇らせて、それに殺されるとは皮肉な話さ。
それでもおじいさまは会えたんだろうね。人生の半分を閉してもう一度会いたいと願った女性にわずかなひとときとはいえ再会できたんだろうね。
丸焼きにされちまったけどな。人生の半分をかけた研究にしてはちょいと割の合わない成果だろうぜ。
そんなことはないよ。たとえほんのひとときであったとしても、愛した女性に再会できたおじいさまは幸せだったはずさ。仮に生命の摂理に逆らった罪を神に咎められて、その身を焼かれ地獄に落とされたとしても、その見返りの再会がほんのわずかな時間だったとしてもね。
上司兄さん、
神の怒りに触れてこの身を焼かれようとも構わない。わずかな時間でもいいからシャノンを再び蘇らせてくれるなら、僕は残りの人生すべてをおじいさまと同じ研究に捧げるよ。5分でいいからシャノンともう一度言葉を交わしたい。1分でもいいから、それと引き換えにすべての人生を捧げても僕は構わない。
兄貴。
When Battler and Jessica realized that their pointless discussion was causing George pain, they could do nothing more than shut their mouths. George directed his thoughts to Kinzo's life. He sacrificed half his life to research that no one understood, and on the last day of his life, he revived the person he loved most, and probably succeeded in his reunion in his final moments. George didn't know how much time they had together. He didn't know if they had been given an hour or just 5 minutes. However, the moment must have been enough to reward him for all those months of research. Even though he spent dozens of years to achieve it, that small amount of time was probably more than worth it to him. Until today, I never believed in the occult magic or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of grandfather's research, think of it as nothing more than a pastime. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No, to the contrary, I believe strongly that it's real. The power of belief can create miracles. I'll probably throw away all of my studies up until today, spending the rest of my life from today onward studying magic. Give me the power of magic. And give me a miracle that'll let me see Shannon again. And you, Kinzo? George?
ご
You
めん
mean
よ
Echo
みんな。
too?
僕もどうかしてる。魔法で死者が蘇るくらいだったら世界中の人々が魔法を学ぶだろうね。でも現実にはそんなことはない。誰も学ばない。死者が魔法では蘇らないって知っているから。ごめんよ、妙なことを言い出して。僕のせいでおかしな空気になっちゃったね。
Just make an AI chat bot. Shannon that you can talk to every now and then. Oh my lord, what a horrible future we live in. Have you heard of those? I don't know if it got much traction after, like, what I assumed was a bunch of backlash after. I haven't been keeping up with it. But apparently there was a company that allowed you to do just that. I guess it kind of still exists. I mean, if they're using... who was it? I forgot the actor's name, but he's dead. But they still use his voice for, like, the AI Darth Vader in Fortnite. Not quite the same, but a similar thing. And AI is fun to mess with, but people put some messed up uses to it. You've seen it with fictional characters, but that's vile. It was a while back, but I remember something about uh some families like grandmother or something passing away, but them having like a freaking AI like chatbot version of them like being created. I feel like that's some new level of disrespect. It's like, yeah, you might miss them and really want to speak to them again, but that's. Hmm. But you can't just be doing something like that. Okay. Where were we? Sorry, just taking a short rested. Drink more coffee. My fault the atmosphere has gotten so.
みんなだって辛いだろうに。気を使わせてごめん。
Even if I did it to divert myself from my sadness, maybe I did say something strange. If I kept talking about stuff that's so weird, I'm sure it won't do anything good for their sadness. But that doesn't mean I can bear this silence.
僕は下に行ってもう一杯コーヒーをもらってくる。
Another cup of coffee. Almost me. I still have like half this mug full.
うちの母さん、コーヒーの入れ方にはこだわりがあるんだよ。みんなもおかわりはいるかい？
Valor and Jessica-kun. Jessica-kun? Valor-kun and Jessica-chan lightly shook their heads. Without pressing them any further, I took my mug and left the room. The shutters were all closed in the hallway, so the corridor was very dim. I tried visiting Dr. Nanjo's room and asking if he wanted more coffee, but he said he didn't need any either. Seems my mother's orthodox method of making coffee isn't universally appreciated. One time I made some for Shannon, but she told me that while it was delicious, it was a little strong.
シャノン。
That's no good. Even though I left the room to change the mood. To change my mood, that image of Shannon's face filling my head hadn't faded in the slightest. I kept seeing those fun days with her more and more vividly, and it's saddening that I never got a chance to see her dead face. According to our parents, she was apparently killed with something like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were trying to console me, but they had said her dead face had been very beautiful and peaceful. I wonder if she had the engagement ring I gave her last night on her finger. She accepted my engagement. She should have it on the ring finger of her left hand. Last night we were both on the edge of losing it and not calm at all. And I accepted my engagement pretty courageously, but she might have regretted that as a rest action once she cooled her head. Might have taken the ring off. I wonder if she has the ring on now. I want to be sure of at least this much. He's gonna sneak out to go check. I want to know how she felt at the very end. But even if I do confirm that, it doesn't mean she'll come back. I wonder what will happen to her body. After the autopsy, it would probably be immediately cremated. And I'll never be able to see her face, even her dead face, for all eternity.
僕はシャノンを失ったショックで少しおかしくなってるのかな。
I don't want her body to be burned. If she's burned and turned to ash, never again will it be possible for her to revive. Thinking just like Kinzo. The new one. They say cremation is frowned upon in Western tradition. Is it? Like, I get it's not done as often, but I never heard it as being something frowned upon. It says something that's not very common. Maybe in the 80s? Maybe. The cremation is frowned upon in Western tradition because on the day of resurrection there would be no body to revive. Because of that, it seems that great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as punishment. Their ashes were sometimes scattered in rivers and such. In other words, to Western people, death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. It is essential that the corpse is left after death.
つまりそれは西洋人は死者が蘇る奇跡の存在を知っていたからなんだ。でも日本にはその奇跡がなかったから焼いてしまうんだ。
Now I understand. Understand why grandfather idolized Western occult. That was his only reason from the very beginning. Just to revive the person near to him, grandfather spent the rest of his remaining life researching the Western occult. The situation surrounding us now is abnormal. Grandfather did revive his beloved Beatrice, and that Beatrice has carried out a terrible serial murder. With linked closed rooms that force us to conclude that magic was used. The Golden Witch Beatrice, the incarnation of the miracle of Western occult. And also the culprit who killed Shannon. She's an entity I should hate, and yet, for some reason, I want to cling to her. I wonder if Shannon could be revived with the magic of miracles, which grandfather bet his life on. According to the legend of the Ushirmiya family, grandfather met with her long ago and was given a vast quantity of gold. And if I also met with her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? As collateral, I don't care what sort of devil's contract she imposed. Wouldn't mind sacrificing all of my remaining life. George probably couldn't believe or realize that his voiceless wish was heard by the witch herself, who stood right behind him. So I was gonna say, if it was Eva Beatrice, I'd probably be panicking a little. Beatrice had been listening to that entire discussion between the children just now in the cousin's room. Battler had told her that she didn't know the value of human's life, and wanting to understand that in her own way, she had stealthily visited, listening in on their discussion.
それが願いだというのか。それを叶えればわらわは魔女だと認められるのか。
Rachel looked at the palms of both of her hands. He had handed over most of her once surging magical power when the new witch succeeded the name of the Endless Witch. Of course, her current power still made her worthy of being called a witch, but it could not begin to compare to her previous strength.
無限の魔法などなくともわらわは千年に名を轟かす大魔女であるぞ。死者を蘇らすなど造作もないことよ。
Inside her head, she thought about several magical steps she could take to revive the dead. Even magic that should have been easy in the past would be difficult with her current power. She thought of something, then clicked her tongue, then did so again over and over. In the end, she finally thought of a single spell. But that was a spell she couldn't use by herself. It was a spell that witches with weak power used, one that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beto looked down upon that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to search for any conceivable alternative. But in the end, she couldn't think of one and slumped over in self-derision. Then, careful not to surprise him, she softly called out. Softly, to George's heart. Oh. I can revive her.
わらわの声が聞こえるか。
聞こえるとも。あなたは誰だい？
It's like time for George to become a witch. Hope he gets a cute dress. Oh, the cutest. He is the best person after all. The main character. He's so cool. Oh, he's not married yet.
本当に魔女のベアトリーチェ？それとも僕の悲しみが生んだ幻想なのか？
Do I?
もしも前者だったなら 僕の願いを聞いてほしい。そして後者なら僕をそっとしておいてほしい。
If you're an illusion, leave him alone. If a witch, there is a wish. Their conversation in the mental world was a lot like having one in a dream. When you dream, you haven't ever had the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world. When you dream, haven't you ever had the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? All the time. I can't say I've had... Actually, no. I was gonna say that my last few times I haven't really dreamed of anything. But that's a lie. I vividly remembered freaking playing not Umineko, Deltarune in my dreams the past couple of nights. It's been assaulting my mind. Mostly just fighting the freaking knight. Not even me fighting or anything. It's like literally just me playing the game as normal, fighting the knight. One of the more realistic dreams out there, I suppose. The conversation in his world was like that. So even though a witch appeared and started talking to George, he was not surprised.
わらわの黄金の魔女、本来わらわとそなたはこうして会話を交わすことなどできん。
The prophecy was my dreams all along.
しかし、そなたがわらわのことを強く意識し、こうして互いのチャンネルを合わせることができる。
Ah, now I'm starting to think of freaking Deltarune again. So I'll talk about that in one of the freaking channels if I'm reminded later. What my thought on something was.
シャノンを殺したのがあなたなのか。あなたを名乗る何者かの仕業なのか。ただあなたが本当の魔女として存在しているならば、どんな対価にも応じる。僕の命を望むなら、どうかシャノンを生き返らせてほしい。それが無理ならせめて、わずかの間、話をさせてくれるだけでもいい。お願いだ。
対価はいらぬ。その願い。
本当にシャノンを。
だが、反言の魔法を扱うには、今のわらわには魔力が足りぬ。だから、そなたの手を借りねばならぬ。
僕にできることならどんなことでも。それが、僕の心臓を今すぐこの場で取り出すことであったとしても。
He'll rip out his heart.
僕は躊躇しない。
George is just like Chris.
そんなものいらぬという。わらわは魔法を唱え、さすれば冥府の扉に隙間ができよう。だが、今のわらわには、その隙間よりシャノンの魂を連れ出せるほどの力はない。しかし、シャノンのことを強く思うそなたなら、その思いを魔力に変えて、彼女の魂を必ずや連れ戻せるだろう。どうだ、わらわを手伝うか。
手伝うとも。シャノンの命が蘇るなら、僕は何を失うことも恐れない。
George's fist shook in silence. Rip her soul out of the freaking land of the dead. Bring her back. Then he slowly came to his senses. He had been absent-mindedly standing near the window in the hall that whole time, his mug still in his hand. And the witch from his dream was still there.
そんな夢じゃない。
静かにせよ。今のわらわはとても脆い。この上さらに他の人間まで現れたら、そなたの願いは叶えるから、よいか。
George covered his mouth with both hands, nodded enthusiastically several times. In that instant, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. George frantically juggled it around and caught it. He was afraid that if it fell to the floor and made a loud sound, the witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared at the witch in front of him again. Her form didn't disappear. It wasn't a dream.
さあ、シャノンが眠る客室へ行くぞ。
Oh, so he is
その
gonna head out.
思いの力にて、彼女の魂を連れ戻すのだ。
行くってどうやって？下には母さんたちがいる。表へ出るのを許してくれるわけがない。それにあなたはさっき、他の人間が現れたら姿を保てないと言わなかったかい？
Jump out the window.
そういえばそうだったな。下にはクラウスたちがおったか。それでは確かに下へ降りられぬな。ならば、1階へ降りずに屋敷へ行けばいいではないか。簡単な話よ。
Beto laughed as though she had thought of a pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped the window with its shutter closed. When she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe and opened a lock on the window as though melting it. Swirl. Then the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was exactly the same. The glass unset itself, and without making a sound, it quietly opened. What? That's a loud sound, though. The window opened, exposing the wind and rain outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction, or something related to the construction of the building, the wind did not blow inside. Because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance that opened to the outside was a dream or an illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real.
さあ行くぞ。ついてまいる。
Beto gently floated upwards. It was a natural action, like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. It made it easy to believe that if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky just as you were swimming through the water. Oh, George did believe that, so without thinking, just as she had done, he also tried flying, but he couldn't, and he plummeted to the floor. He also gently, as though swimming in the water, lifted his feet.
ほう、やるではないか。わらわが説明するよりも早く空を舞うことを覚えたか。
George was shocked to find himself floating in midair like he was swimming. Of course, Beto was also shocked that George, who shouldn't have been able to use magic, had figured out how to do just that by instinct.
空が飛べるなんて、泳げるなんて。
理屈を考えてはならぬ。それが自然なことであると受け入れよ。ニュートンとかアインシュタインとか人間たちの競技を思い出してはならぬぞ。特に高き空を飛んでいる時にな、墜落する未熟な魔女も時に
あるがままを受け入れる。あるがままを受け入れる。
Well, chant. George repeated those words over and over. He must not deny magic, no matter what. Denying that would be like throwing away what might be his first and last chance to revive Shannon. However, compared to Beto, who was elegantly drifting like smoke, George's movements clearly resembled someone underwater. Therefore, if he didn't act like he was kicking his feet in water every once in a while, he'd be caught by the force of gravity bit by bit.
わらわが初めて空を舞った時よりは上出来であると褒めておこう。行くぞ。ついてまいれ。
Beto beckoned to George. She gently flew into the stormy sky. It was just like a scene from a fairy tale. The scene unfolding before George's eyes felt entirely like an extension of his dream.
空を飛べるのはすごいけど、すごい風と雨だ。
なんだ、雨と風に苛まれるのか。それを防ぐ魔法を教えてもよいが、今のそなたには早いし、今はそれを習う時間を割くのも惜しかろう。
ええ、僕が必要としている魔法はそれじゃない。
George wore a strong-willed gaze, refusing to let the wind and Rain get to him.
見えてきたぞ。いや、もう少し頑張れよ。今落ちればバラの茂みだぞ。
The undulating rose garden was spread beneath the witch in George's gazes. This illusion-like scene no longer surprised George. Only the gradually approaching mansion was reflected in his eyes.
シャノ、待ってて。必ず君を蘇らせてみせる。
And Emma Beatrice is there, and she's like, "Oh, cool! Thanks for the next sacrifice," and decks him. At that time, the cruel new witch could be seen staring at the guest house from a different location.
あと残すは第7第8の番だけね。
She's at the guest
あと
house.
2人で先代のババアの義理はおしまいだわ。クラウスと夏日を殺す。夫婦仲良くね。
How's she gonna get them, though?
にひ、標的はどうかに。ゲストハウス1階ロビーにて標的2名と後ろ宮エヴァを捕捉。ハンマ砲力測定。410データリンク。410データ受領。
Witches never look up. What are they? Freaking Breakers Raiders?
ハンマ砲力は極めて小。エヴァさえ席を外せばまな板の上のマグロにアワビです。
And she probably will if they notice George is gone.
いかがしますか、大ベアトリーチェ卿。ご命令をいただければすぐにも狙撃いたします。どうかご命令を。ほんとにあんたたちは便利な家具ね。死体をほじるしか能のない中古家具どもとは大違いだわねえ。シエスタ姉妹、またあなたたちの手際を見せてちょうだい。攻撃準備よ。死体はまた運び出してね。たっぷり遊んであげるんだから。文句はなしよ、ロノウェイ。
はい、かしこまりました。
At that moment, the witch noticed something. It was as though some presence had disappeared. Was it her imagination?
今何か気配を感じなかった？誰か感じた人いる？申し訳ありません。私は何も気づきませんでした。お許しを。私たちゲストハウスを観測中でしたから周辺監視はオフにしてます。
Peripheral surveillance set to off? What are they, robots?
ルシファーちゃんは何か気配感じた？
For just an instant, Lucifer glanced at Renove, asking whether she should answer honestly or not. Renove gave a small nod in response.
いいえ、申し訳ございません。で、私たちは何も。
But they did notice, didn't
中古家具ゆえ、愚鈍なことをお許しください。
they? See, he's mean to her as well.
そう、大悪魔のあなたがそう言うならきっと私の気のせいなんでしょうね。
The witch persistently stared in direction the presence had disappeared to. That was where the rose garden lay, and beyond that, she could see the mansion's dark silhouette created by lightning. It took quite some time before she pushed her unsatisfied feelings aside, and once again faced the guest house. Interesting cutoff point here. Another save. Oh boy. That one was a lot shorter. Only been 3 hours. Could probably keep going for another hour or so. Sorry, thinking. One more chapter should be doable. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, cause it's only barely just hit 3 hours. Righto then. Keep going. If we're gonna keep going until one more, maybe one more short break to pop off my mug with the last of the coffee I got sitting in the pot. Oh, quick BRB. Gonna get up and do that, so it won't be long. See you in a sec. Alright, so what's gonna end up being the idea here? Like, there's no way Shannon actually comes back and they end up bringing her back to the house or something. Ah, no, you stop. He was already declared dead in red. So, like, what? This game is gonna be marked invalid and, like, erased from existence or something? Still in Eva Beatrice? It would be funny. Oh, man. Anyway, okay, yeah, I used that here. See what happens then. Will they actually succeed in reviving her? Is Shannon gonna be able to tell them who the murderer is? Could just end up saying it was freaking Beatrice or something. But whatever they're doing, we're not gonna see. Gonna see what Eva Beatrice has planned for the guest house here. The guest house lobby was wrapped in silence. The string of tensions blinding Cross, Natsu, and Eva had already loosened. Binding, not blinding, my bad. Already loosened, and they were completely worn out, with their minds beginning to waver. Every once in a while, they would stand up and walk around pointlessly, as though fighting their drowsiness.
大丈夫ですかエヴァさん。やは
Know
り
that
無理を
feeling?
せず休んでいてください。 大丈夫だって言ってるわ。もう大人は私たち3人しかいないのよ。休んでる暇なんかないわ。石にかじりついてでもここを死守するわよ。
Spoke bravely, but she couldn't hide her rough breathing. It seemed that with the fever which had been calmed with medicine for a short time had returned. It was very obvious that Eva's health was not good.
無理はするな。せめて目を閉じていたまえ。もし起こさねばならぬ時は必ず起こしてやるから。
だから平気だって言ってるわ。
You obviously aren't. Come on. It seemed she was already unwilling to budge. Also, Natsui realized that even if they talked to her anymore, when she was like this, it wouldn't reach her ears. Without saying anything more, they decided to let her be. To Eva right now, even having an argument like that would be burdensome. It would probably be better for her body if she just sat there with her mouth closed. In truth, Eva was just a step away from being beaten down by drowsiness. Perhaps she shot back at them with a temper because she was trying to rouse herself to throw off the sleepiness. The clock would be pointing to 6 in the afternoon very soon. Would you still call it afternoon? Like at 6? Usually, I feel like the cutoff point for afternoon is like 3 p.m. Maybe 4. After that, I start thinking of it as like evening. They already had several snacks to distract herself from her drowsiness, so she didn't feel hungry. But now her lack of sleep made it feel like it was 6 in the morning, not the afternoon. Even supposing that the boat came at precisely 9 in the morning tomorrow, they still had more than 12 full hours to go. It was an overwhelmingly long stretch of time. Long, painful, hot. Even the sound of the clock torments my body now. In times like this, when that person puts his hand on my forehead, the fever fades at once, but that person no longer exists. As Eva's mind grew foggy, she was once again gripped by a deep sadness. She had already cried herself dry. Even so, the sadness of losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted.
私は間違っていたんだわ。
どうして？
The new witch and Eva were fundamentally the same being. If Eva talked to her, she would always respond.
私は後ろ宮家の当主の座さえ得られれば、それで満足のはずだった。それがあの黄金の山を見た途端に欲が増えたの。
Realizes
あ
it.
の黄金の山を独り占めしたい気持ちに駆られた。
それは恥じることでも何でもないわ。だって後ろ宮家の当主として当然の権利じゃない。他の誰にも黄金のひとかけらだって譲るものかってのよ。
私がその誘惑にとらわれたから、あなたが生まれてしまったんだわ。あなたは私の少女時代の心であると同時に、自分勝手でしかない私のよこしまな心でもあった。
You have no idea.
そのあなたがあの黄金の山によって芽生えた私の愚かな欲望のせいで、私の胸という卵の殻を破り、この世に生まれ出てしまった。あなたを産んだのは私の責任。
なら私が殺したローザとマリアも、そしてルドルフとキリエと秀吉もあなたの責任ってことになるわ。
どうしてうちの人まで殺したのよ。どうして
秀吉を殺す気はなかったわ。だってうるさくてしつこかったんだもの。その意味では私たちの、いえ、あなたの責任ね。あんなのを旦那に選んだあなたの責任だわ。
あなたみたいな子供にあの人の良さはわからないわよ。あなた。
Eva, if you and her are the same person, then there's only one solution. Shoot yourself.
でよ。
Surely that would bring her down.
私たちは魔法で夢を叶えたのよ。碑文の謎を解いたわ。そして黄金を見つけ、当主の指輪を手にしたわ。すべての夢を叶えきったわ。それがなんで不満なの？
それだけが全ての夢なんかじゃないわ。
I was wondering if she was wearing the ring, but I guess not.
あの人と素敵な人生を歩んで、ジョージに素晴らしい人生を託す。妻として、母として。それなのに、それなのに。
それはあなたが大人になってから勝手に増やした夢だわ。私たちの夢じゃない。
だからあなたは子供なのよ。自分さえ良ければいいの？そうよ。すべて私が悪いのよ。あの時、ローザの言うことにどうして私は反抗したの？どうして兄弟みんなに黄金を見つけたと発表できなかったの？すべて私が醜いから。黄金を独り占めしたくて芽生えさせたよこしまな心があなたを孵化させてしまった。
ひどい嫌われようだわ。私たちは二人で後ろ宮エヴァなのに。
いいえ、もう違うわ。そしてそれはあなたが言ったのよ。私は後ろ宮エヴァ、そしてあなたは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェよ。だからもう消えて。魔女なんておとぎ話の中にしか存在できない妄想よ、幻想よ。あなたなんか消えてしまえ。二度と私の前に現れないで。
ああ、そう。わかったわ。あなたの前から消えてあげるわ。そして私はもう後ろ宮エヴァじゃない。これからは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェよ。もう好き勝手に遊んでやるんだから。あんたなんて知らないわ。へそでもかんで勝手に死んじゃえば。
As they're having a very childlike tantrum, the witch who had once been another Eva vanished. Only Eva was left behind in darkness. She questioned herself.
私があの人を殺してしまったのも私が殺してしまったの。
She could no longer answer that question herself. Back to dying! It seemed that half asleep she had gotten some saliva caught in her windpipe. Just as she was dozing off, Eva suddenly started coughing.
大丈夫かエヴァ。夏希、水を頼む。
はい。大丈夫だってば。
Doesn't seem okay.
むせちゃっただけなんだから。
Eva pushed away Natsui's hand as she tried to rub her back and unsteadily rose to her feet.
顔を洗ってくるわ。ごめんなさいね。寝ちゃってたわ。戻ってきたらまたコーヒーを入れるわね。特に濃い。明日の朝まで眠気が来なくなるようなやつを。
頼む。ゴーダの入れるコーヒーよりお前が入れるコーヒーの方が私の好みに合うからな。
Really?
お世辞でも嬉しいわ。すぐ戻るわ。
Eva exited the lobby, heading for the bathroom. Ross and Natsui watched over her for a while back.
あなたもあれだけ犬猿の中だったエヴァさんに気を使うこともあるのですね。
本来兄とはこういうものではないのかね。
ええ、それで正しいと思います。
エヴァに限らん。ルドルフにもローザにも、私がした兄らしいことといえば、それを王兵に語り、彼らをいじめただけだ。 父のようになりたくて私なりに必死だった。だがいつもそれは及ばず、そのはけ口を彼らに向けてしまった。しかしそれは言い訳にならん。エヴァにもまだ傷が癒えぬほどに深い心の傷を負わせてしまっただろう。悔いているが、今さらそれを詫びたところでその傷が癒えるわけもない。
あなたがその気持ちを今だけでなく持ち続けることで、その気持ちはきっと他の兄弟たちにも伝わりますよ。
今となっては他の兄弟もエヴァを残すのみだがね。
もしあなたとあなたのご兄弟が生まれた家が後宮家でさえなかったなら、もっともっと普通な楽しい兄弟の関係であったでしょうに。
それを言ってはならん。エヴァは生涯私を憎み続けるだろう。そしてその資格がある。私はそれを甘んじて受け止めるつもりだ。
I was getting some character development. It sure would be a shame if we were about to die soon. What? Spoilers? You're spoiling me? Phantom?
あなた。
エヴ
Some
ァ、
nice development, though.
すまん。もちろん許さなくていい。
もちろん許さないわ。何を今さら。悪いと思ったなら今すぐへそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。やっちゃえシエスタ姉妹。
Oh. There's this wall of text again. Same level of
射
accuracy.
撃許可治療。射撃曲線再確認。飛行誤差修正。410データリンク。410データ受領。射撃許可確認。にひひひひ。射撃。
Together, the sisters released the magical bowstring they had readied. A beautiful tail trailed behind a gold arrow, and it drew a lovely curve as it flew. It was just like a gold snake. It skillfully avoided a grove of trees and flew towards the front door of the guest house. Then it flew into the keyhole of the door and snuck into the guest house without any problem at all. Gold Snake raced down the hall smoothly, yet as fast as an arrow. Right before it was the door to the lobby. When it flew into the keyhole, Cross and Atsui were already... For an instant, Cross thought he saw a gold-colored sparkle in the keyhole on the door. However, at the same time, as he strained his eyes to see what it was, that sparkle bent like a whip and attacked, wrapping itself around Cross's neck. Wow. Yes, they actually are dying. Would be a bit of a surprise if it weren't for some... Not actually mad. Just by looking at it, the gold snake seemed very supple. However, it was as tough... It was as though a wire had tightened around Cross's neck. And while that snake choked Cross, it extended even more and also tightened around Natsuki's neck. Without even a chance to scream, their eyes bulged as they went into convulsions and then collapsed.
45命中および死亡確認。牽引曲線形成。補正点修正。410データリンク。410データ受領。死体牽引開始。
Corpse towing?
気も釣れたに。
The gold snake began to drag Cross and Natsuki's bodies back. They slipped through the door to the corridor, dragging the bodies gradually increasing in speed, and rapidly pulled them outside the guest house. But the lobby was silent, as though nothing had happened. As though Cross and Natsui had not been there since the beginning. Only the sound of the wind and rain remained, as if they were playing dumb and pretending to be the only ones there.
ごめんなさい。もう大丈夫よ。今コーヒーを入れるわね。
Eva returned from the bathroom, but no one was in the lobby. Even though they had supposedly been in that sofa until the moment. She had choked and gone to the bathroom. They were gone, as if they'd been an illusion from the very beginning.
不用心ね。二人揃ってどこに行っちゃったの？
Eva put her hand on the sofa, though acting out a scene from a detection novel. She felt a warmth that meant they'd been sitting there until a short while ago. Maybe they went to do the rounds or something. For the time being, Eva sat down and waited for their return. Not return. Oh, back here now. Meanwhile, Beto and George could be seen in the parlor in the mansion. George was kneeling near Shannon's body, as though praying. His face was serious, and there was even sweat on his forehead. However, Beto was the same. Now that she had handed her name over, most of her previous power had been lost. Of course, she still had more than enough power to be called a witch, but compared to the past, it was a very faint thing.
いいぞ。声をかけるな。手で触れるな。心の声で呼べ。心の手で求め。そなたの強き思いだけがシャノンの失われた魂にわらわの魔法を届かせる。
George kept praying earnestly and silently. He kept frantically yelling inside his heart, trying to call back the soul of the person he loved. He strongly envisioned his soul leaving his body and searching for her as he wandered through the land of the dead. Beto turned that strong force into a magical power that supplemented her own magic. This was magic that, in the past, she could have performed easily without anyone's help. But now, if she didn't rely on someone's assistance, she wouldn't be able to finish the chant, much less succeed.
数百年近くも魔法と反言とはこんなにも辛い魔法であったか。
Beto was wearing an even more strained expression than George. It had slipped her mind, but originally the magic to revive a life was the ultimate hidden art. The abnormal thing was her previous magical power, which could be used over and over with the snap of her fingers. So the heavy burden on her body and mind was, fundamentally speaking, extremely natural.
しかしこやつめの力魔法を知らぬというのはかなりのもの。なるほど。さすがは金蔵の孫といったところか。
He's bringing her back. The strong energy pouring from George was large enough to act as magical power. At first, Beto thought it must be the blood of Kinzo, the sorcerer. However, that probably wasn't it. He had a feeling that Battler had already told her what it was. It had been born from the power of George's sadness at the death of the person he loved. And from the way he had tried his hardest throughout his life. From the warm time spent together at Shannon to the size of the dream they swore to protect in the future. Is it really possible for humans to take life so seriously even though they only had a single one? It was only natural. To her, a life didn't mean anything more than the difference between the top and bottom of an Othello piece? If the black represented death, then she thought all you had to do was flip it over again to make it white. However, it was just like that broken vase. To humans in a world without magic where they cannot return things to their original form, it's very, very natural for them to bet their life and soul.
生死すら自在にする無限の魔女。死の山さえ越えられぬ有限の人間に劣ることもあるというのか。
This time, the witch acknowledged it. He was able to hold a magical power that could never reside in witches who didn't understand the value of life. Why does this thing called endless magic exist? Even though I called myself the Endless Witch, did I forget what the endless magic means for 1,000 years? He looked at George's expression again. The surging earnestness was like a lightning bolt. Right now, even if George's body had been burned or smashed by a waterfall, he'd probably continue to pray for his beloved without minding it, without noticing it. For the first time, she showed respect for that power. So, in that instant, all magical resistance was lost, and the enormous power of George's feelings turned into magical energy in its complete form. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. But that just made me want to touch it. But the vase easily fell and smashed to pieces. Like a bubble that had popped, it felt as though the time it possessed a form had just been an illusion. Lives are lives are just that fragile, just that easily lost. I realized that my foolish curiosity had led to something that couldn't be undone. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the smashed vase wouldn't return to its original form. A lost life will not return to normal no matter what happens. I was frightened that, even though my actions had been thoughtless and careless, they had stolen away a life that could never be revived again. Then I pitied that lost life and cried. I was frightened of myself, the one responsible for its loss, and cried even more. I'm sure grandfather would also cry at the loss of his precious vase. I'm sure that all the people who love grandfather and see him like that would cry. With the loss of a single life, the whole world can be filled with so much sadness. I cried even more at how terrible that was. Beatrice appeared and spoke.
ならばお嬢様、この壺を魔法で蘇らせましょう。それで皆が幸せになれるなら、壺も魔法も精霊たちも喜んでそのために力を貸し、元のさあさあおじ目を閉じて、私と一緒にお歌を歌いましょう。さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。そして思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。それはきっと、とてもとても美しい姿。どうか私に、あの姿をもう一度見せておくれ。
They actually doing it? For real? Those words of power knocked forcefully on the door to the land of the dead. The magic of her old self had performed that same forceful knock. However, doing it in that way was horribly violent and earned the displeasure of the peacefully sleeping dead. But this time was different. It was very forceful, and yet gentle and loving. This is what it looks like. The dead near the door opened their eyes and called out to the others that there was a voice calling for someone to come back. The sadness of that voice calling from the outside touched the hearts of the dead. And, trying to respond as quickly as possible, they searched for Shannon's lost soul. And then, they found it. They found a casket in which Shannon was peacefully sleeping. It truly was Shannon's soul, sleeping in the land of the dead. Inside the casket was covered with rose flowers frozen with frost. He was sleeping in peace. The dead silently lifted that casket up. While at a glance it looked like a funeral march, it had the complete opposite meaning. The living march. It was solemn but filled with joy. The long-forgotten dead were made to remember that they were loved after their deaths. They were all given a warm sense of peace. Then, as though guided by a warm light from the heavens, Shannon's body floated up out of the casket. The dead watched her go. They squinted at that warm light, offering their respect to this unknown member of the living who had not lost his love for a person even after their death. Shannon's body was enveloped in the light from the heavens and began to disappear. In the jet black darkness of the land of the dead, the faint flickering of gold butterflies could be seen. It reminded them of the gentle stars on the night sky which they had long forgotten. George remembered being told that he must not say anything, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. However, it felt like his heart was trying to jump into his throat. because he had seen Shannon's eyelids shake slightly. Then those eyelids slowly opened. Shannon's eyes were there, but they were still wrapped in the fog of the land of the dead. However, the human world's warmth, no, her lover's warmth, which had called back her soul, slowly dissolved that fog, and her eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Then her eyes moved, recognized George.
ジョージさん。
As her lips shook weakly, and definitely said that. The words were very faint, so much so that they normally wouldn't have reached his ears. However, George clearly heard them. He heard the person he cared for, his fiancée, the one he loved most and should have been dead, call his name once again.
シャノン、僕がわかるかい？
ジョージさん、これは夢なの？
いや、これは夢じゃないの。だからほら、つねっても覚めないよ。
George at that, he softly pinched Shannon's cheek. It was how George had always responded in the past when Shannon had been surprised by something and asked if she was dreaming. Shannon felt the warm touch of George's finger on her cheek. And when George realized that the warmth of the living had already returned to his beloved's person's cheek, they both cried. What words should a pair of lovers separated by death celebrate when they are reunited? The words of the human world are not enough. In short, they had no need of the words of this world. George simply hugged Shannon, who was sitting up, without talking. Shannon's strength was still feeble, and putting her arms around George's back took all she had. So George hugged her tightly to make up for that. Stop each other from going once more into a place the other's hand couldn't reach. They hugged each other so tightly, yet so gently. As Shannon's finger curled around George's back, on her ring finger, the engagement ring George had given her definitely shone. That strong glint certainly wasn't just the sparkle of a diamond. There was definitely a magical power that only the two lovers could possibly feel. It was because that strong light existed that they had been able to find her casket in the land of the dead. Beito understood. That ring, no. The feelings of the pair embodied in the ring were a miracle made real. That moment, George definitely used magic. Beito had done nothing more than help him along. That magic had a power that could only reside in those who knew the importance of life, who knew what it meant to try with all one's might. It was the power of a miracle, one the endless witch couldn't possibly know of. A miracle that only the power of the finite could give rise to. By now, she had no choice but to accept it. She had to accept that true magical power exists in a place furthest away from she who called herself a great witch.
ベアトリーチェ様。
彼女が君を生き返らせてくれたんだ。ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。
いいや、わらわは何もできなかった。シャノンをよみがえらせた。そなたの魔力、そなたの魔法、奇跡を成し遂げる後ろにある血。確かに見届けさせてもらったぞ。
ジョージさんが私を。
That was sick.
わらわなど足元にも及ばぬほどの凄まじき魔力であったぞ。わらわなどまだまだ見習いの域を出ぬか。今こそ身の程を知ろうぞ。
Beito staggered backwards. Her physical strength was clearly exhausted. She had humbly said that George's power alone had revived Shannon, but Beito had also used all of her magical and physical strength, and she reflected upon how difficult it is to revive a single life, something she had been able to play around with however she wanted in the past. The couple kept on embracing each other tightly. By doing that, those feelings that couldn't be communicated with a billion words were shared.
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。君は僕たちの恩人だ。
ありがとうございます、ベアトリーチェ様。再びジョージ様に会わせてくださった このご恩を決して忘れません。
よせよせ、愛し合う二人に感謝されては下道の極みと恐れられたわらわにはくすぐっわらわのことは気にするな。存分に再会を祝い合え。
Beto, who was leaning with her back against the wall, slid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since he last grew this tired from using magic? I probably haven't been this tired since the time I first succeeded in magic. And a teacher praised me that time. Oh, but didn't I kill that same teacher who praised me? Don't be so naive, Beatrice. Isn't that what killing means?
ようやく魔法の使い方を思い出したようですね。頭ん中酸欠でカラッカラで思い出すもへちまもねえ。
Doing a good thing, Beatrice?
それよりあんた殺したじゃねえかよ。現れるんじゃねえよ。あなたが未だに私を生かしていますよ。だからこうして現れられます。もっともあなたの頭を撫でに来たわけでもありませんが、無様なわらわをわざわざ嘲笑いに来たかよ。それに隠居までした魔女が今さら頭なんか撫でられちゃ。そうですね。一人前どころか現役を退いたと豪語するあなたなのに、今頃になって魔法の使い方を覚えたなど恥ずかしくて誰にも言えませんね。だなあ、内緒にしてくれよ、お師匠様。
Beto gazed at the couple hugging each other with a sense of pleasant despondency.
愛か。勝てねえな。
Oh,
45データジル
yeah, okay. I was expecting freaking Eva Beatrice to come here to freaking annihilate George.
射撃準備完了。弾手選定装填。41
Can't have a happy moment here. The gold snake arrow fired by the chysters weaved its way through the rose garden, weaved its way through the hedges, and climbed the stone steps towards the mansion's entrance, aiming for the keyhole. It weaved through the corridors and flew into the keyhole in the door to the parlor. It happened in an instant. One could hardly blame Beto, who was completely worn out, for not noticing it beforehand. Right before Beto's eyes, the gold snake flew in through the keyhole, surrounded the two lovers, and pierced the two hearts in a blink of an eye. Furthermore, the gold snake faithfully pierced a hole through Shannon's chest once more. The two hearts were pierced by that gold snake. No, by that gold sewing thread of the new brutal witch's furniture. And it happened in an instant, mocking the amount of effort it had taken to revive Shannon. Before Beto's shocked eyes, the two fell over and landed on the floor.
ジョージ、シャノン。
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。わずかの間でも会わせてくれてありがとう。
Bert spent his last breath thanking Beto and died alongside the one he loved. The gold snake, which still sewed the two in place, spun like a large cyclone, revolving around the inside of the parlor. It was searching for further prey in that room. And then the tip of the snake met Beto's gaze. In that instant, Beto was prepared to die. At that moment, Virgilia stood out in front of her, the fingers of both her hands drawing a seal. instantly gold colored gold leaf. Yeah, do you need to describe it like that? Buried the inside of the parlor. It was like a blizzard of gold.
ベアト、今のうちに逃げて。シエスタの黄金球からは誰も逃れられない。
410標的疾患200魔法機マーシ45了解索敵変更対人画像追尾方式標的再補足410へデータリンク410データ受領すっとろいに仙台様来て来て来て着弾
Prey targeted by the Chaser Sisters Golden Bowl did not escape. It could not be blocked. No magical barrier could ever dream of blocking it without being multi-layered. The gap opened during that instant of confusion caused by Regalia's deception. Magic was Beto's only chance to escape. And it was the only chance to make the sisters confuse Regalia for Beto. If Regalia spread her arms wide, blocking the way to her beloved disciple, the gold snake pierced straight through her heart. After sneaking in through the keyhole, the snake shot through George, Shannon, and then Regalia in an instant, completely failing to notice Beto as she used that instant to escape. Soon as Regalia saw that Beto had gotten away, she died. The strength left her body, and like gold dust drifting with the wind, her form was erased. Beto completely erased all traces of her magical power, became gold butterflies, and passed through the wall, escaping to the wind and rain outside. Beto felt regret from the bottom of her heart. Why? Because she had been attacked by the new witch? Probably not. Of course she hated losing to her teacher. And even more importantly, Beto was enraged at the barbarism that had foolishly stolen away the reunion between two lovers. Beto had poured out almost all of her magical power to reunite them. Even though the result had been a miracle, the time it took to steal that away had been so ridiculously short. Beto trembled at the barbarous cruelty that had brought about such an abrupt end. Besides, this was the true form of the act she herself had committed up to that point. So just as strongly as Beto hated the new witch, she also looked at her previous self with disgust. But now she had to escape. If she was targeted next, she would probably lose her life. You think that a chess player had descended thinking they were like a god, only be attacked by the pieces. Jeez.
45着弾確認標的資産間違いなく仙台様を撃破しましたまた私たちの撃墜気象が増えちまうねにひ愛し合う二人の引き裂いて一度合わせて二度もう一度引き裂いて三度楽しめるだっけ
I hate her so much!
そのついでにあのクソうるさいババアまでさよならできて最高にご機嫌よロノウェ文句ないわよね
ございませんとベアトリーチェ様
あいつは魔女の碑文の儀式を妨害したのよ第一の番の生贄を勝手に蘇らせて私の儀式を妨害したわ文句言われる筋合いなんかなんにもないわよしかしずるいなあのババアも思いっきり何度も無限にいじめ殺して遊んでやろうと思ったのに
What an insanely evil being we got here, dude. No way she survives past this episode.
ジョージが来てないわよ。いつ降りたのよ。
いつって、あれは
Ooh.
何時くらいだったっけ？
You track?
確か4時か5時くらいだったかな。最低でも1時間以上は前だよ。
俺たち眠くなってその後は多分居眠りしてたし。でも多分ジェシカの言う通りだと思うぜ。1時間か2時間くらい前だった。
私もそのくらいの頃だと記憶し、コーヒーのおかわりはいるかと聞かれましたからな。
Something hard to believe had happened. Apparently, when Aunt Eva had left for a second to wash her hands, Uncle Cross and Natsui had disappeared. There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course, the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked. They were all locked from the inside. None of them was broken. And that wasn't true for the first floor. The second floor was the same. Again, all the doors and windows had locks built in a way that made it impossible to lock them from the outside. In other words, there was no way Uncle Cross and Aunt Natsui had gone outside, and yet they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had disappeared, so had George Eniki, of all people. George had left saying he was going to get more coffee, and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. We assumed he was having conversation with Aunt Eva and the rest, but Aunt Eva, who had been in the lobby the whole time, said that no one had come down. Since all the doors and windows were locked from inside, it was unthinkable that they had gone outside. What's that window that opened earlier that George went out of? That locked itself again? However, 3 humans had evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become the perfect closed room. In a situation like this, we couldn't imagine that this was because they were playing hide and seek and trying to scare us with a prank. It was probably unreasonable to assume that they had been caught up in this crime. And then Eva learned that her only son was missing. She had gone half insane, running from room to room, yelling his name. Jessica, who had suddenly lost both her parents, had chased after her. Cries of George, and Mom and Dad had continued to echo throughout the guest house for some time. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's dead face. It would be reasonable to assume that he snuck out of the guest house and went to the mansion. But I didn't have a clue about Uncle Cross and Aunt Tatsui. Did they see him leave and go to the mansion to search for him? Without even telling Aunt Eva? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start planning to leave the guest house to search for them. When that time comes, I'll agree. We thought about saying hold up in the guest house would be safe. We thought saying hold up in the guest house would be safe, which was why our big, happy group of 12 people locked themselves up here this morning. And yet, now there's only 4 of us left. That means staying here is no longer a guarantee of safety. However, there was one thing we can't afford to forget. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is a closed room. How did they manage to vanish from this place? Eva's cheating! We searched around thoroughly. However, we couldn't find any traces of someone hiding. The 3 of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house.
どうやってでしょう。まさか隠し扉とかがあるとか。
隠し扉？
扉も窓も外から閉めることは構造上不可能です。釣り糸の類を使ってもこの構造では無理でしょうな。となれば扉や窓以外から出たと考えるのが妥当でしょう。
確かにそういう論法にもなるだろうよ。隠し扉が存在しないなんて断言は誰にもできない。しかしそういう発想に飛躍する前に、
Oh?
俺はも
と申しますと
For some time, Butler had been opening windows, opening shutters, and checking outside. Reading this for each window.
この窓は静かだな。なるほど。この窓は他と違って建物の構造上風が吹き込まないわけか。
そのようですな。こんなにも外は風雨なのに雨も風も入ってこないとは不思議な気持ちです。
南條先生、今窓を開けた時音を感じたかい？
Is a window that auto locks?
いえ、気にはなりませんでしたな。よく油が効いていると思います。
つまり
誰も見ていない廊下の窓からひょろっと抜け出すことは可能なわけだ。しかもこの窓なら風も吹き込まないから、風圧でカーテンや扉が音を立てることもない。静かなもんさ。
Butler leaned forward and looked at the ground below. He was searching for some sign that George had jumped down. But at a glance, he didn't see any mark like that on the grass in the middle of the pouring rain.
こういう窓が1階にもあるのかもしれない。誰にも気づかれずに表へ出ることは可能だぜ。
しかし扉はおろか、窓は全て施錠されて鎧戸まで閉まっていましたぞ。出ることは可能でも閉めることは不可能だ。
閉められるぜ。こうやってカチャンとな。
Butler closed the window and locked it as though this was perfectly obvious.
まさかバトラさんが。
最後に中の人間が鍵を閉めれば、こんな密室は朝飯前だ。
Then who closed and locked the window after freaking George left?
しかしそれでは、それでは。
Andrew turned pale as he shook his head several times, because the thing Butler had said had forced him to face a fact that was frightening even to imagine.
俺の想像したトリックならな。しかしこんなトリックを使えば怪しまれる人物は極めて限定される。
He didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, who had been with him the whole time, only Nanjo and Eva could have done it. And he was already... Well, I guess not this Battler. Eva was already a suspect to Purgatory Battler, yeah?
私はそんなことをしませんぞ。誓ってもいい。
となるとエヴァおばさんと南條先生のアリバイ合戦ってことになる。俺たちは2人とも怪しんで、それぞれを別々に監禁すればいいだけの話。逆に言えばこのトリックはもっと生存者が多ければ有効かもしれないが、これだけ人数が減った状況下では大して有効ではないんだ。
No, on the contrary. There'd be a chance of having your own neck strangled by using it. Would have been more advantageous to make it look like the culprit was outside. To intentionally leave a door unlocked or break a window.
もしこの失踪劇が今日の昼にでも起これば、俺は自信満々にこの説を発表しただろうよ。だがこの段階に至っては全然自信が持てないぜ。何なんだこいつは。一体何を意味してやがるんだこの密室はよ。
やはりその。
なんだい南條先生、思いつきでもいいから言ってくれよ。
Joe looked like he was trying to swallow his words, even though he had thought of something, so I urged him on. After Dr. Nanjo refused several times, saying that was just a foolish idea, I finally said it out loud.
イエス、やはりこれは本当に魔女の仕業ではないのかと。
バカバカしい。魔女なんているわけがねえぜ。
魔女は私たちに訴えたいのです。人間にはできないことをやってのけるからこそ、自分を魔女だと認めさせたいに違いないのです。私はこのゲストハウス全体の密室からの失踪は、そういう魔女からのメッセージだと感じています。考えてはならないのです。意味なんてきっとないのです。私は恐ろしい。
As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase the fearsome thoughts that he kept imagining one after the other. When we went downstairs, Aunt Eva and Jessica were enraged. They were persistent in their desire to leave this place and search for their respective families. A desire that naturally hits those who can no longer see their family. Aunt Eva told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, but I shook my head and started walking.
もう引きこもりはたくさんだぜ。俺も外の空気を吸いたくなってきた。
ああ、行くならさっさと行こうぜ。もうこんなところに閉じこもってるのはまっぴらさ。早く父さんや母さんやジョージ兄さんを探しに行こう。
Blood had all risen to Jessica's head. Hope it doesn't set off her asthma.
残りたい人は勝手に残ってればいいわ。とにかく私たちは表を探してくるわ。
南條先生はどうする？一人で留守番してるかい？
いえ、私もご一緒させてください。
Rather than holding up alone in a guest house whose security was by no means guaranteed, it would be better to enter a danger zone as a group of 4 people. Aunt Eva had her gun. Moving separately from her was almost like asking to be made into the next victim. In this way, the 4 of us decided to leave the guest house. Even though it should have been safe to barricade ourselves here, we lost 8 people after doing so. It was almost as though this was a holding cell from which the sacrifices could be killed one after another. We removed the chain, unlocked the front door, and opened it. It was already pitch black. While there were some lights outside that dimly lit the pathway, they didn't have enough power to pierce the darkness that some suspicious person might be hiding in.
行くわよ。遅れても知らないんだからね。
After all, still holding her gun, Aunt Eva dashed out without an umbrella. Jessica followed after her. After glancing at each other, Dr. Najo and I chased after them. Actually reaching the ending here? Maybe? What in the world is happening in this mansion, on this island? I've just been shut up in the guest house with the rest of the cousins since yesterday, so I don't know anything about what's going on outside. Just what is happening that I don't know about? Outside this room, in the mansion, on the island? Everything is happening, everything is proceeding, and everything is ending without my knowing it. Somewhere in my heart, I've already started giving up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the seagulls cry, nobody will be left alive. Alright, there's the next point. It's still barely like 6 though, dude. Still 6 more hours. Oh boy. Maybe we still got a bunch more to go. 6 more hours of stream? No, I can't be doing that. Oh. They find their bodies out here in the... whatever this thing is called that I always forget the name of. Or maybe this is a good ending point if we still got quite a bit more to go. A nice 4 hours. We can get back to this again on Friday proper. Instead of spending like most of the weekend on freaking Deltarune. I like Black Liliana a lot. Put that on. Bum 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 bum. That's 1. There we go. Oh boy. Man, Eva Beatrice is a great character, but I also hate her because of how... like, just straight up evil she is, dude. She's great, I hate her. Getting some interesting character development from Beatrice, too. Wasn't expecting Virgil to straight up die. I wonder how things are going in Purgatory, though. Is Battler, like, finally witnessing some of this? I'm also wondering... like, I feel like there's no way Eva Beatrice makes it past this, this episode. If she does, I'm not sure what would even happen during the last episode. Battler and Beatrice teaming up to fully resist the existence of witches to, like, kill her, I guess? I don't know. Would be funny. In any case, I suppose we're ending here. Don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Could relax from like all the RPGs and stuff by playing some KH2 Rando. Could get back into Sonic Unleashed, start playing that again to finish it up. I could also go through, play a bit of the 100 line. Last Defense Academy. I've already beaten the main part of the story. But we still got a whole lot of other things to do because I just barely play it. What else other than that? Could also this stream my replay of like the normal route on Deltarune. Prepare for the night fight. Mostly. I'm also thinking about redoing all the chapters again, but on the before the weird route. Cause I feel like I can get all the eggs on the weird route. I feel like it has to be possible. So I want to try. I want to try again. Because it feels like you should be able to get all the eggs. In like all but maybe chapter 3 with like I don't know. I for sure had 2 eggs sitting on a desk next to Temmie whenever I was visiting her there in my weird route like save. I for sure got those from the first 2 chapters. I didn't get the chapter 3 egg because I don't think it was possible. At least I didn't think it was possible at the time. I have a method I want to try for doing that. Oh man, so many things. In any case, it's gonna be it for me for today. Wait until Friday to get through more of this. Maybe even finish up the rest of this chapter by the next couple of streams. This feels like it might be doable because we're pretty deep in now. In any case, we'll see what I feel like streaming tomorrow. It'll be around the same time. I'll decide on something. As always, anyone want to watch me, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. See ya, see ya.